Recording.
Jim McReynolds, who passed away Thursday evening in hospital. Jim was very active in this community and was a member of Howe Island Fire and Rescue for over 35 years. Jim was the president of the parish council here at St. Philomena's Church on Howe Island and served the community in many, many ways. For many years, Jim was employed by Frontenac County and was one of the operators at the Joyceville Ferry to Howe Island. Jim was well known to this community and will be missed, as he could often be seen delivering gravel in his orange dump truck to the residents of Howe Island. Madam Mayor, it's particularly relevant that this council pay tribute to Jim and his family, as Jim's dad, Cecil McReynolds, was a former reeve of Howe Island and served this community as a leader in municipal council for many, many years. Our thoughts are with this entire family. And as a community, I know that Jim will be missed.
Okay. We'll now have a minute of silence. Thank you very much, Chief Quinn. Now we have delegations. And the first one is Darcy Jackson of the Mustard Station location. Are they online?
Hello. We are here watching on Zoom. Yeah.
Yeah, now we're seeing if Darcy Jackson, the Mustard Station location delegation is online. Are they? Madam Clerk?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, there you go. All right,
I am here.
okay. Feel free to start.
Can I start first, Darcy?
Yes, you may.
Okay, so I don't know if it's clear yet, but I have no financial interest in the Mustard Station. I know Lara and Darcy for quite a number of years. I attended a council meeting back in January just to observe things. And lo and behold, Darcy made a presentation to council. That's when I first became aware of their situation. His efforts were shut down. And I went to the back of the room and asked Lara if my spot out at 769 Highway 95 might be a solution. She said it would be, and that's when my involvement started. I appreciate that we have a rookie council, although it's over a year now, and that you've inherited a mittful of problems at a time of critical staff turnover. And while some things are not the highest priority because of other matters, I appreciate that. We're dealing here with the livelihood of two individuals in our community trying to simply restart an existing business operating from a food trailer. This council has inherited, not of your making, a whole host of bylaws that are poorly worded, outdated, and I'm hoping we're never legally vetted, because if they were, we've got to look at the council that the legal counsel that we've been seeking. So on January 5th, when I became aware of this, I did speak a little bit at the end of the meeting. Troy asked me to put my thoughts in writing, which I did, and council should have received a package. Troy said it would include that letter talking about 769 Highway 95. I sent that letter on January 8th. That gave me 3 days. I did consult my municipal law lawyer at Bell Baker in Ottawa. They have no conflict with the township. They'd never done work for it. And I thought, good legal advice. On February 12th, the planner made a presentation to council based on what she was asked. And I was told that I'd have to spend $1,000 and it would take a minimum of 3 months. I said that that was unnecessary. I didn't get to talk to the planner, but I understand what her direction was from council. I also understand that our planner is not an employee of the township. They're under contract and they will do what is asked of them. They don't do any more than what is asked of them. And if you don't ask the right questions, you are not given all the options. I respect our planners. I've dealt with them over the years, and there's absolutely, I have no objection to anything that they have ever said. It's all good and true, but it's not necessarily the only way that things can be achieved in this case. On March the 11th, when I was unable to get, or we were unable to get on the agenda, I wrote again and didn't get any response from anyone. Not a soul, including our CAO, and I thought staff who are supposed to be there all the time to advise our elected officials would at least give the courtesy of a response. Nothing. I don't know why, but nothing happened. Darcy wrote in frustration a brief note on March the 19th, which seemed to elicit some interest, and I followed up on March 22nd. On March 24th, Darcy, Lara, and I met with Councillor Jablonski. We had a very courteous conversation. It's understandable that there was a underlying emotion with the applicants for this, and it has to be appreciated. But cooler heads prevailed, and we thought that an action plan had been done. 2 motions were proposed. We were kept apprised of what those motions would be. Not exactly what I would have hoped for, but if this was discussions might have taken place, it was a possibility. All I was caring about was results. And that's all Lara and Darcy cared about. So on April the 5th, Councillor Jablonski advised us that the motions that had been discussed had been denied for the agenda, and he provided a copy of the well-reasoned response from the planner. I, again, responded. I asked specific questions on the advice of my counsel, and as my lawyer had said would happen, a planner worth their salt will know exactly what it should be, and that's what she wrote, and she responded in less than an hour. I still never heard anything from our CEO, nothing. So I was pleased with the response. I believe that you have a copy of it, and it basically is this bylaw that you inherited. I still don't know if anyone has read this, but it's called the Mobile Canteen Bylaw number 2019-17. And I was an insurance broker for 38 years. I'm familiar with reading mountains of contracts with conditions, exclusions, everything under the sun. So it doesn't take long, and it's not that much to read. Highlighted here, all you have to do is look at definitions. This is the Mobile Canteen Bylaw. The definition of a mobile canteen is it does not include a chip wagon or refreshment wheeled vehicle drawn by another motorized vehicle. That's exactly what they've got. That's exactly what the goods trailer was. This bylaw does not and never did apply. The previous administration charged these people $250 a year for absolutely nothing. They never were legally operating under this bylaw because it never applied. Now, you can't have it both ways. You guys inherited this thing. You can toss this out and write up something that makes sense, because I have it on good legal authority that this wouldn't ever, even if it was a motorized vehicle, your restrictions of time, like that's restricted. Any lawyer is going to tell you that. It's highly, it's too restrictive. It's not fair and reasonable. And I'm not in the food truck or trailer business. So the planner answered my questions, and it seems, and I see that she's online, she can mention this or not, but it seems she largely agrees with what I laid out, that this was never a zoning matter or a planning matter. This is simply something that you, at your discretion, can control with a well-worded bylaw. You can charge a permit fee because you're not going to get property taxes out of it. And that permit fee covers your costs of administering this, controlling it. And yes, you even have the right to withdraw it at the end of that permit if conditions in the area change. Now that a lot of is
I
out.
just want to point out that we're running short of time, just if Darcy is planning on speaking, just to be aware, because there's a 10-minute limit I'm being shown.
For 2 minutes.
We have 2 minutes left, so I just want to make sure if Darcy wants to speak, that you're aware of that.
I am,
Go ahead.
I am not about to interrupt.
Darcy, you're the applicant. You speak.
I really don't have anything to add to what you've been saying. As you said, this has been a very frustrating and emotional few months trying to get this dealt with. And I feel like it's roller coastered up and down so many times. We both kind of, to tell you the truth, we've lost hope in this whole process.
I never give up hope. I am
I-
optimistic that this new council can do the right thing. They did the right thing at the last council meeting. They seem to be getting along okay. They gave a severance to someone that's been trying to get it for 10 years. That's the right thing. Planning didn't like it, but that's what planning's supposed to do, keep things on a level playing field. But they saw a clearer picture, and this is just a food trailer for a couple of residents that either want to stick it out on my lot in the middle of nowhere or at the ball diamonds, and you can control that as well, but it's not a zoning issue. Council has the ability to modify this bylaw if you want to make it possible for these two people to at least operate out here on the highway and give it a shot. And the right thing to do is to refund the money that the council has already taken. If you passed it by your lawyer, you would see that they can actually go after you for this. They have up to 2 years to do it, and you charge them for something. The previous administration charged them for something that it never applied. That's about all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you very much, Mike.
Thank you very much. Well spoken and articulated. Okay, so now we have questions. Councillor Saunders.
I appreciate it. I'm not sure exactly what the ask is here in the delegation.
Okay, my understanding is that they want to have us review the existing bylaw, either fix it, scrap it, and start new. And the ask is also for the refund of the monies that were paid on the existing bylaw that indicate should never have been applied. That's my understanding. Am I correct in that?
I have a 1 acre lot that has my little garage on it. It is in an agricultural zone. I have a vacant 1 acre lot on one side of me that someone could build a house for. The other side's the same thing, and behind me is a farm.
Mike, I didn't recognize you, but more than that is, did my summary not convey what has been asked? That
Yes.
the bylaw be reviewed, either scrapped and started new or fixed up. So a report from our clerk or from the planner to make the suggestion, and that there be a refund made of charges that never should have been made based on the previous bylaw. And
Correct.
that it doesn't speak to the specifics of where it would be located or what the licensing fee or anything else. That's separate and apart.
Correct.
Okay?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
So I split those two, Madam Mayor. If the bylaw is not appropriate, we need to review it. I'm not sure, we should combine that with a request for a refund. I think that should be handled separately. I'm not sure how that would work, so that's my comments.
Okay. Councillor Ackley?
Yeah, again, I believe we should be reviewing the bylaw to make it clear on what it is, because it's from what Mike had just said, to me, it's pretty vague on who could be and what could be, and to determine what's a chip truck and what's not a chip truck or just a trailer or whatever. So I think we need to definitely get on to fixing that so we can possibly do something to help another resident.
Okay. Councillor Saunders, or sorry, Holton, can't see. Sorry, Councillor Holton, you still there?
Yeah.
Okay,
So I would like to hear from Sonia on, I'm a little confused over, Mr. Bromley's lot. If they can go ahead there, that would be first and foremost. If that's okay to put it there, that would be great. The bylaw itself, I know Mike and I have both been looking into different bylaws. Yes, it needs to be changed, but I do not want to go ahead and just wipe it out and change it without doing a thorough investigation on it. We want to try and get it right. So as far as the community center, I think that's going to take a fair bit of time. So I'd like to hear from Sonia on what about Mr. Bromley's lot?
Thank you through you, Madam Mayor. I'm certainly happy to address it. Mr. Bromley is right that this has kind of been this unfortunate storm or nexus of events. The bylaw itself is not clear. And it's in the way that it's worded, it's also extremely restrictive. Right now, it only allows these mobile canteens on township-owned property or property that is zoned commercial. And there's not a lot of property zoned commercial on the islands. That which is zoned commercial is often inside Marysville. And then there's a restrictive that says no mobile canteens in Marysville. So I did ask my boss, who has been working with the islands for a number of years, and he couldn't really provide much background as to why the bylaw was drafted the way that it was, other than that was the wish of the council at the time. So the circular argument is that if what is being proposed is not a food truck and this bylaw doesn't apply, then that's where the discussions about zoning came in, because what you would have is something that becomes the primary use of a property and doesn't meet the zoning. Well, you could make it meet the zoning if you go through the zoning bylaw amendment process, but that's overly onerous for something like a food truck. And most municipalities deal with things like food trucks through a separate bylaw under the Municipal Act. They're usually called refreshment vehicle bylaws. I do know that North Frontenac went through a public consultation process sometime within the last 2 years where they wanted to either rewrite or update their bylaw, and they used Engage Frontenac to seek opinions from the public. So I think really here, what I'm hearing is we kind of need like a two-pronged approach. So we need something in the short term that would allow the mustard station a spot to go for this summer. And then I'm also hearing that there's a desire to consult with the community and update or rewrite the refreshment bylaw, which, you know, in terms of planning, it's not 100% planning, but planners get, you know, tasks with wearing a lot of different hats. So we're certainly happy to help the township staff with that process, but it's not something we can do overnight. I think in the short term for the mustard station, I think the best thing to address that is if council thinks that that is an appropriate location, and, you know, notwithstanding the fact that it is agricultural land, it is only an acre. So provided, you know, maybe they provide a sketch that shows this is where the mustard station would go, this is where cars would be parked, this is how where we're going to store the garbage. There's the opportunity to amend the existing mobile canteen bylaw to maybe list this as a site-specific exception to that bylaw. That's maybe the best short-term route, and then just deal with the bylaw as a whole over the course of the summer into the fall if needed.
So for you, Madam Mayor, just to follow up. So you're saying that the zoning doesn't matter if we just amend our bylaw and say that it's allowed to go on this site. We could do that right away then. Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, so you have to pass an amending bylaw that amends the existing mobile canteen bylaw. The way that it's worded in the current bylaw is not unusual, right? It basically says they're allowed in these zones, which is fine. The problem with yours is that it's super restrictive. So we could find, again, I have a copy of the bylaw open. I'd have to find a section and come up with amending bylaw to say, you know, notwithstanding section X that says you can only have it here, we provide an exemption for this site to be able to have a food truck. You could even put a time limit on it too, right? If you were concerned in terms of what people would think. But yeah, so you don't need to amend the zoning bylaw, provided you amend the mobile canteen bylaw. And amending the mobile canteen bylaw is much easier to do than amending the zoning, because the zoning bylaw, there's a whole framework under the Planning Act that's really structured that you have to follow, and it takes more time.
Okay, and just for my clarity, I was under the impression from the information that the existing bylaw does not speak to this type of trailer unit at all. So your amendment would be to bring that into the bylaw by amending it to include towed trailer units of food refreshment in lieu of getting to the point of having a separate refreshment wagon bylaw. Am I right?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, I think if you're going to provide a site-specific exception, I think you would write into that it's not, the exception is not only to the location, but also to the type of refreshment vehicle being used, and the applicant could provide their own description for that. So you don't need to amend, again, like I said, I think you need to look at the whole bylaw, but I think if you're going to do like a bylaw specific exception for this site, just provide, the exception for the site and the type of vehicle or trailer being used. It can kind of all be done at the same time. I think that's the simplest.
It may be the simplest, but there also was allegation that it's not well worded all the way through, and that whether or not the bylaw needs to be reviewed. Yeah, I'll go through.
Yeah. Through you, Madam
Okay.
Mayor, I do think the bylaw itself, you probably need to do a new bylaw. We just can't do that quickly.
Okay.
Again, that's it's kind of a two-pronged approach. Let's find the option that helps the mustard station get something set up for this year. And that would be basically a specific amendment for that site and their facility. And then look at the bigger picture of what needs to be done to the whole bylaw. And
Okay.
do it like hopefully with consultation with the community.
Okay, Councillor
Could I-
Saunders?
Could I interject one thing? It'll save a lot.
Okay,
You, as a council, could just, this bylaw, you could say that the mustard station is exempt from anything that would exclude it or not include it, and deal with this later. This is an island thing to kick it down the road. You could do that today. Where you can control things and where you'd have to is on the last page, which is Schedule A. This is the application process that you have total control over. That first email that I sent Troy laid out the specifics that this council should be concerned about protecting itself from legal liability. None of this applies to a food trailer. I gave Troy an outline of what would need to be on this page. I'm glad to write it out or work with council or whatever you want, but you can control the application with just this one page.
thank
If
you,
you've
Mr.
never
Brown.
looked at it, you'll see this just has to do with motor vehicles. It's this bylaw
Okay,
lifted
thank
from
you.
a 1970 bylaw. It's totally outdated.
Thank you, Mr. Bromley. We've gotten the point. Now I have a question from Councillor Saunders.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So to you, Sonia, first of all, I want to, we have two willing people trying to work together here, and we got something that's getting in the way, so we gotta get that out of the way. So Sonia, how quickly, if you were working with our clerk, could we put this in place?
Sonia?
Sorry, I had trouble finding my mute button there for you, Madam Mayor. Well, I mean, your next meeting would be in May, so we could have something on the next meeting. If it's just to deal with the mustard station, right? We'd have to put something in place, kind of a plan for how we're going to go forward with reviewing the whole bylaw. But in terms of saying something short term, I could work with the clerk to do an amending bylaw for the next meeting.
And the assumption is this is an exception to deal with the short-term problem. This is not, we're not gonna put something in place for long-term. This is just get an exception in place to get us moving for the next meeting.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Ackley?
You know, I'm in favor of moving forward to solve the situation here, 100%.
Thank you, Councillor Holton. Yeah, Councillor Holton, were you finished with your line of questioning? Okay.
Touch it in.
There we go.
Okay, can you hear me
Yeah.
now? All right, so is it possible that we can go ahead today and pass it to give staff direction to amend the bylaw to allow the mustard station to go to Mr. Bromley's property? I guess that would be directed maybe at the clerk. Can we go ahead and pass it today and say we'll make an exemption? But it's passed and so they can move forward without waiting another month. Is that possible?
Through you, Madam Mayor. No, we would have to bring the amending bylaw back. So it's up to council if they want to give staff direction, but certainly we are very clear on the direction that council would like to proceed and go forward. So between Ms. Bolton and myself, we can work on the amendment to bring back to the May 13th meeting. We would do 3 readings and final passage at that meeting, and then Mr. Bromley and Mr. Jackson could get up and running after like the May 13th day.
Okay, are you finished now, Councillor Holton?
Yeah, so,
Okay,
yeah, just, I guess that's the fastest we can do it, so, I would like to aim for that.
okay, Councillor Jablonski.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm gonna be I'm sorry, I got echo here. Hang up for 1 second, please. I'm of the agreement that we gotta get these people up and running as fast as possible. If we work towards putting the amendment in for the next meeting, is there any way we can allow these people at least, let's get them set up. There's gonna be a couple weeks of setup time required to get their business in place. Just get them moving towards that goal line, and we'll make our best effort for the next May 13th to go through 3 readings. But you know, we're coming into a busy time right now where business is going to start picking up, and they have to be set up to become a business. We gotta get you guys going. I don't know how we can change it so we can bend the rules for a few weeks until we get this in place in the May meeting. Love to see it happen though. We'd love to see these guys get a chance to get at least start getting set up. That's my spiel.
Okay, I'll give mine then. It was last year that I brought forward that I wanted to have this particular as well as additional bylaws reviewed. And that because I knew it was problematic on several levels. So I'm very pleased that we're gotten to the point now that we agree that we need to review not only this bylaw, but some other ones that are problematic. And we should probably strike a committee to identify them and then get them through with a legal process to make sure we aren't caught short. I know today we'll be going through the budget presentation so I anticipate we'll have another special meeting on budget before we ever get to the next regular council meeting. Would I be misinformed on that?
I don't want to speak on behalf of the treasurer at this point in time.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
We will be going through today. If, again, we do have kind of a final budget or draft to be presented. With that being said, if there are still outstanding questions, we're not forced to pass it today. We could come back to another meeting. I do feel like we're getting closer. We'll see in the budget presentation today, we're kind of in the range councilors proposed last meeting. So I guess it depends on if council decides to pass it today. It depends on if that's approved or not, so.
Okay, and I will say the budget is dramatically different than what it was presented in the previous March 28th meeting and that. So to me, at best, first and second reading could be done if we're in agreement, and then we could have another special meeting, because there needs to be that opportunity from the Wolfhound side, and that because it is dramatically different from what they heard about at March 28th. So I want to make sure that this is transparent, but also expeditious in that. I do not want it delayed a lot further. And I know one of my questions before was how close are we to the date that we have to have this submitted to the municipal
Yes.
housing affairs?
So as far as to that, we're still fine for timeline, especially getting it wrapped up in April.
Okay.
I'm not aware of anything that would be penalized or whatnot, so.
Okay, Councillor Saunders.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to pick up on Councillor Halton's comment. Direct this to the clerk. Is there anything that prohibits these willing partners to begin the process and setup. So that, when we pass this amending bylaw, they can start the next day. Or do they have to sit back on the shoulders and they can't put the truck in place? Cause they can get all that stuff done, let me just say, all the infrastructure in place and ready to go. Is there anything that limits us from doing that?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Sonia, are you aware of anything, with respect to, going ahead and getting the, mobile canteen up and ready to go, or?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I don't think so. I mean, ultimately, it comes down to bylaw enforcement, and most municipalities work on bylaw enforcement on a complaint basis, right? So I mean, I'm not going to be coming and looking over their shoulder. Certainly if they want to get started on something, and certainly if there's any other paperwork, like the application form or that sketch that I mentioned, like if they can do that so that there's something in the pipeline even before the bylaw gets passed that you have, in case you do get a question from a member of the public, you say, oh, well, they're in the process of doing this and it's coming back to council on May 13th. And I just want to say, if it's before May 13th, if you're going to have a special meeting for your final budget and you want to add it onto that agenda, I'm happy to help accommodate that too, as long as I know the date. So.
Okay. Any further questions or discussion on council? Okay, so at this point in time, I believe council is directing staff to work with planning. Propose an amendment to the existing bylaw that covers refreshment.
To the mobile canteen bylaw.
Well, we don't have a specific mobile canteen bylaw, we have a bylaw on trailers, I think it's
Twenty,
called.
no, the
It is-
bylaw,
is it
2019's mobile canteen bylaw.
That's the title of it.
Yeah.
Okay. To amend the mobile canteen bylaw. And bring it back to the next available council meeting.
I wouldn't say available, just
Okay.
next meeting of
Next.
council.
Next meeting of council. Is there anything else that needs to be included in that? Do we need to say with the view
No,
of, okay, we've got the general gist of it. Okay. Do you
that's
need to-
direction, no.
That's direction, we don't have to, okay. So, let's get back to the original,
I don't have a motion for him, so.
no, but there's a,
No.
we don't, okay. All right, I guess we are all set with that at this point in time. Do I hear anything more from council? Okay, so the staff has directions and they're gonna work with the planning and we'll see if we can get this fixed. And that would be nice. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. My heart feels filled with warmth.
Thank you very much. Okay, so, the next delegation is Sonia Cliff of the Howe Island Recreation Committee. But I have a mover and a seconder in that, just because there will be a motion on this. Councillor Ackley moved, seconded Councillor Sonia.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So basically, Joe and I, from the recreational committee, would just like to go over a few events that we're planning that will involve township property. So I'll go over my section first and then I'll hand it off to Joe. So the first topic is a bonfire that we would like to hold on April 20th, and it would be beside the trail parking lot. We would be getting a burn barrel, and it would be weather dependent too. And we would also be getting a burn permit. There's any questions with that? Do you want me to go through?
Why do you want to have a bonfire on that particular date?
It doesn't have to be that particular date, but it's something to get the community together,
Just to have a fire.
just to have a
Okay.
fire. It's not gonna cost any money, we already have the wood. It's more so, it's on township property, so we wanna run it by you.
Okay,
We had originally wanted to have it in the winter time.
Yes.
But it didn't work out, so we thought, we talked to Chief Quinn, and he had some concerns about fire safety, so we decided that this would be a good open area, lots of parking, and, yeah, the 5 members of the committee were quite in favor of it, so.
Okay,
The second item is doing movie nights in the summer, once school's out, because I think the majority of people will also, if you have children, will bring kids. We initially talked about doing it at the park, but it's gonna be too windy for the screen, so the second option, and then really the best place, would be the municipal building. So the main concern would be no residents, no islanders going into the municipal building, so that would also be, we would need permission to use that building.
okay, and am I right in thinking that it's an outdoor screen that you have?
It would be a big outdoor screen.
The problem we're thinking, Judy, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, is that, on a windy day or inclement weather, we may have to, ask the township to raise the garage door, so we set the screen in there to protect it. And then we would have to put up some sort of caution tape or monitor the situation so people don't wander in there. That's our only concern there.
I think once we make an announcement at the first night of movie night, and when we post it on our Facebook page, people will know that they can't go in the building.
Okay. Thank you.
The
Anything else?
next item would be dance in the fall. We'd like to do that at the parish hall, which we've been using for euchre anyways. The only reason this one is on the agenda is because since it's a dance, we would like to have liquor there. So we'll have to get a liquor license. We have discussed having someone that has a mobile bar, Leah Clark. She could come up with her mobile bar, which would save in costs. Although because it's not private property, she said we would still need a permit. And then for the last euchre for, which is going to be May 11th until fall, we'll pick up again in fall. I'd like to do share the wealth, so essentially 50-50, but call it share the wealth, so we don't have to get a lottery license. And then the other half of the proceeds that don't go to the winner would go back into our recreational fund. And also have a basket to raffle off. And again, proceeds go back into the recreational fund.
All right,
So you can.
Something else that we've talked about at great length is a coffee get together here on Saturday mornings at the municipal office. It would coincide with the library next door being open from 10 to 12 and recycle from 8:30 to 12. I've spoken to the librarian and she was actually very excited about that because this door opens right into our library. She'd be happy to have that open, and she said it may bring her some new business as well when people see what she has to offer. Initially, we had some concern about security. We researched that. The CAO's office is locked. We would just cordon off Jesse's part of the building. So it would be coming in the main door, coffee at the coffee machine, which would be self-funded with the donation box. And then people could just sort of meet and greet, come and go as they please. Also, we discussed incorporating a possible farmer's market in the lot. It wouldn't be on the lot, it would be in the green space, the periphery of the lot, where people, and there's at least 3 that I know of that would come and sell their vegetables, eggs, things of that nature. Just another reason for people on the island to congregate and support each other. So we're looking for your support to be able to use the facility for those purposes. And we'd be in charge of the security, we'd be in charge of the cleanup. And yeah, so that's the.
We just-
portion of that.
Yeah, we discussed with the farmer's market, potentially if it goes well, incorporating, a garage sale as well with that. And Joe and I were discussing maybe only doing that to start once a month, just so it doesn't get out of hand. The coffee would be every Saturday, but the farmer's market / garage sale would be once a month, just to see how it goes. We don't wanna, you know, have just a couple tables of random garage sale stuff all over every weekend.
Our concern was the safety in the parking lot too, during especially recycle and not tying up parking spaces for the library. But on any given Saturday when I'm here, there's maybe 2 or 3 cars here for the library. And the recycle is an entity unto itself, so we just keep everyone out on the grass area, regulate it. And at least, you know, we'd like to give it a shot at one time and see how it goes and then go from there.
Okay. All right, we'll go to, are you finished now?
Joe
Anything
has
else?
one more.
History Day?
It's very-
Sorry, sorry. History Day is something I'm pretty excited about. We would have it at the church hall, and it would be what we have now, July 14th, Sunday afternoon scheduled. Ask residents, give them lots of notice to bring photographs, old surveys, maps, letters, or just come in person, especially some of the older islanders who have some great tales to tell about the island. And let the new people, you know, meet them and share their thoughts and the history of the island. So that really doesn't concern using our space at all. It would be the church hall, but it's just another reason to get the people on the island together to meet and read.
Yeah, I think the only thing there would be, we're gonna have Taylor Ward, who owns Howe Island One Stop. She's gonna come down and sell some Howe Island swag, essentially, like sweaters. And she's agreed to any profit she makes, but donate some of it back to the recreational committee.
Okay. All done?
Good.
All right. Okay, well, thank you for your presentation on that. And I'll start with Councillor Jablonski. Any questions?
I think first, I just want to say this is a great initiative. I really like what you guys are doing to draw people from Highland together for community events. I think it's fantastic. We're starting our community recreation committee over in Hawaii or Wolf Island here. Maybe we can get together to share some ideas, but great ideas, great support for the idea. That's it.
Councillor Holton?
So I would echo Mike's sentiments. We'll be watching these closely and we'll maybe borrow some of those events for Wolf Island itself too. Thank you.
Councillor Acton?
Yeah, I'm fully in favor of it. Some great ideas. More knowledge is more knowledge. And I need it.
Councillor Saunders?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I want to thank these 2 members of the Recreation Committee, and there's a third person who's not here today. They've been working on this for upwards of a year now. And their efforts are all designed at addressing what we heard during the campaign, which is people have lost track of their neighbors. COVID, new people moving on the island, we're losing a lot of the history and the culture. And all of their efforts are aimed at addressing that and bringing creating more events where people can get together. And I think the best example right now is Euchre Night. There's upwards of 40 people there. People playing euchre haven't met each other before, and it's going really well. So I strongly thank you for your work on this.
Okay. I have a question for our clerk. There's a fair bit that's been implied for the municipal office.
Sorry, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
So yeah, actually Deputy Mayor Saunders had come up and had proposed what the Recreation Committee had been talking about with respect to the coffee nights and the farmers market and that kind of thing. So we had discussed my concerns with regards to liability and security and that type of thing. So again, my only concern with respect to movie night is just the screen and ensuring that the public aren't in, just God forbid anybody gets hurt in around the equipment, especially children climbing and that kind of thing. I had mentioned with regards to the farmers market, I spoke with Chief Quinn. I just wanted to ensure that if there was an emergency situation, emergency call, that the vehicles out here, like the farmer's market, wouldn't be in the parking lot, you know, causing any kind of traffic delays or anything like that for any kind of emergency situations. I believe Chief Quinn was fine if we used the, what you had proposed, the grassy area out there. And I think with regards to, I think that was about it. The Euchre nights seem to be going very well. We have a great relationship with the parish hall. I reach out to Anne Marie and last minute notice even, I can get it booked most times. So I think all in all, they've pretty much done their homework on everything. They came and checked prior to bringing this forward to council. So, yeah.
Okay.
Chief Quinn, if you have anything further to add,
Through you, Madam Mayor, just for this team to be all on the same page, when you look at the fire hall design over here, although there's 4 identified parking spots, really, if you wrap your head around, those spots are really for responding firefighters, so people that are needing to come with a personal vehicle and then leave in a fire truck. I think there's been some confusion over time where community members think, well, that's some extra parking. It's really reserved parking for responding firefighters. So meetings and things that go on in the fire hall, everybody actually parks out here. So just so that we're all on the same page, we will just enforce that. And I'll just offer quickly, if for your event at the parish hall, I think it was the dance, if your mobile bar situation is too costly or doesn't work out, St. Philomena's Parish Hall has never had an issue getting a liquor license there. So the Liquor Control Board, over the course of many years, they look at it as it's a controlled area, you got people responsible, it's got its kitchen, et cetera, et cetera. So if your mobile one doesn't work out, it is not an issue to get a liquor license for that hall.
So we might look at that because I did talk to a few residents that have their smart serve and have said that if we just go that way, that they would volunteer like to serve anyways.
For years, the fire service have gotten licenses for that hall. Again, it's straightforward, it's not a problem. So if your other one doesn't work out,
Perfect.
an easy one to do.
Okay. So I have some questions on that because there's just been a lot of investment made in the park. And that with the baseball diamond in the area down there, which is, in my view, more central location for the island, both from the east-west perspective. Maybe not the north-south so much, but it seems that it would be opportune to, even farmers market came to mind as a nice, safe place and that you can gather and it's more central for everybody in that rather than focusing always up here in that. I do have concerns in that with having the ability to close off much of the township hall, and with that, I know when we had last year activities out here in the parking lot, and that we were able to just have the washroom aspect of the men's, and everything else was closed off. I'm far more comfortable myself with having that in place. Unrelated to my gavel currently being missing. But I think it's too liberal in that regard, and that when we haven't got administrative staff here and that to give that broad of a range, but having access to the bathroom, I don't have a problem with that. And that's my 2 cents on that piece, but I really would hope that more activities would start to be focused down towards that recreational complex that has basically cost everything that you had.
So we do have other activities planned for there. We didn't put them on the list because they don't really need approval. So we are gonna start doing horseshoes. We have baseball again this year, pickleball. Joe's gonna start, for newbies, he's gonna start, classes for pickleball. So we do have a ton of events planned down there. We just didn't throw them on the list because we're actually, once we get approval for these, we're gonna create an event calendar that we can hand out to the residents and also throw it on the Facebook page.
Yeah. Cause that was my initial thought
Yeah.
right along, and that is, you know, you've created this
Yeah.
facility, make it the center. This is just administrative stuff up here
Yes.
and emergency services and that, so as much as possible, I would be more in support of
Which
things going on
I
down there.
completely understand for the park, for, the, during the garage sale. It's pretty uneven ground on the grass, so I don't think that would be ideal, like, we could do it in the parking lot, but then it would.
Baseball diamond?
Yeah.
That's where I'd set them up, but anyways, it,
I think initially we'd like to get it started here because of the natural traffic flow that's coming
Yeah.
from the library and
And
recycle.
recycling.
Get it known, and then when it gets up and running, then it'd be much easier to move it to the parking lot at the park. We'd all love to be there, but it's not conducive all the time.
Not finished.
Yeah, it's not finished.
I'll finish it. Maybe, hopefully.
all right,
Madam Mayor, if I could.
yes,
Just to clarify one point, the intent of the farmer's market is for locally grown product, right? It's not really for, well, could you expand on that?
So, anybody that's growing vegetables, they could bring those down. There's some people that sell local beef, eggs. Also, we discussed, there's, someone that does like local carvings on the island, so anything like that you could bring. Taylor could bring her shirts and stuff down, her island swag, or if somebody, was making bath bombs or local stuff.
yeah, it's not a foreign concept to me, because on the Wolf Island side, the marina has dedicated their dock area for the short term. But the plan, I believe, is also to move up to the community center, and that just during COVID time, they did that, and it's a mix of everything from honey and preserves to wood carvings to pottery, whatever. So, but the catch is there aren't any cars coming in and out and that, and so when we have recycling going on here at the time, and you have the potential of fire over there, and that just, to me, it makes more sense to have it down that way, but that's just my opinion. And that, this is just a delegation, and it can be further discussed in that to make sure that it all happens, but it's all good to have community engagement and involvement in that, and I just don't want to have more issues, because when I came here before on a recycling day, they were actually backed out down the road and that, so it can be very different, especially in the summertime. So I look at it, you'll probably figure that piece out, and it is an island, so it's not a huge migration one way or the other in that, but getting it established and routinely seen, and that would be very good for business. I'm all in favor of economic development, especially supporting islanders that spend their winters making their wares and that, and then they get a chance to sell it to the tourists and everybody. It's great stuff. Okay, so the motion here then, moved by Councillor Ackley and seconded by Sanders, that the council thanks Ms. Gliff for her presentation on behalf of the Howe Island Recreation Committee, and allow the Recreation Committee the use of the municipal office on Saturday mornings from 10 to 12 for coffee, as well as the use of the parking lot for a farmer's market. Is there any further discussion on that? No? Seeing no hands up? Okay. And no serious concerns from the clerk on that? Okay. All those in favor? Okay, carried.
Thank you.
We're gonna pause for 5 minutes for all of nature. Okay, council meeting is resumed and we've gotten to the consent agenda part. And I'm looking for a mover and seconder to introduce the adoption and or receipt of the minutes, and I know that there's already going to be a correction made, so. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Ackley?
Madam Mayor, with the exception, I'd like to pull the minutes from our last meeting.
Yeah, that's what I said. I know, would, you're seconding?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So in regards to the minutes of the last meeting, I have one quick comment, and one is we weren't on Howe Island Chamber, and that, so on the very start of it, we were on Wolf for the March 11th meeting. That's a minor correction, but I know you have a more substantive one. Councillor Saunders?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So in the previous meeting, I brought forward a motion asking for consideration of a methodology of managing the damage done to roads by contractors. That was the intent was to have it on this agenda. I'd ask that be deferred until the next meeting. The next regularly scheduled meeting.
Are you getting phrasing with that?
I'm just taking direction from.
Okay. Okay, what, have you, could you give me that wording again so I can adjust?
I would ask the follow-up requested in the previous meeting be delayed or deferred until the regularly scheduled meeting in May.
Now, the start part of it though. But the follow-up
Oh,
to the request,
the previous meeting notes included a motion asking for staff to consider procedures to manage the damage done to roads by contractors. Following discussion of that, it was asked, staff were asked to examine what's possible, address some questions that came forward that was not brought forward at this meeting. So I'm asking it to be brought forward at the next regularly scheduled May meeting.
you have that written out by chance?
No.
I'm gonna make sure that the clerk has it correct in that before,
Well,
because it is given directions and it is amending it because that was missed in the minutes. So we're amending the minutes.
So if I'm clear, we're not amending the minutes.
that's correct.
The minutes are correct, with the exception of the
Location.
wolf.
Yeah.
What Deputy Mayor Saunders is requesting is he made a motion to have the damage due to construction on the roads report be brought to the April 8th meeting. He is requesting that we defer to the May 13th meeting as it was not brought to this meeting, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So for the purposes of this official motion, that the March 11th, 2024 council meeting minutes be adopted as presented and amended, and that the information items be received as amended to location of Wolf Island as the March 11th location. Okay. And you don't think anything else has to be added to that?
May I see it?
We're halfway through and I'm trying to get it straight.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. One blank one?
No, thank you.
Okay. Now, this is including the information items as well. Okay, then there's an addition to that too then, the one that I want to have pulled out. And that is the Ministry of Seniors Affairs 2024 Ontario Senior of the Year Award. And we have until the end of April to submit a name of somebody that's over the age of 65 that has made outstanding contributions to enrich the social, cultural, and civic life of the community. Has to be submitted by April 30th. I think we should post people to make them aware that there's an award that can be given by the province and get names submitted in, and that I can think of several that I'm familiar with from the Wolf, and I'm sure there's some over here on the How. We can only submit one name, so we could do in the end a monkey survey type of poll, or it could be a decision of council on that, but I think that we have enough exceptional seniors within our community that if there's an opportunity to get recognition from the province, I think that's a good thing. So the direction would be for staff to make a poster or notice for people to submit names, and hopefully we'll be able to get the names within a short order. I can't imagine needing longer than April the 15th, and then compiling them and either having a decision by council, but I prefer by the community in that for having votes, knowing full well that Wolf Island may end up with more votes than Howe Island, so there might be a final decision needed. Yeah, but basically, I think it's a nice thing the province has, and we have a high number of seniors that are very involved in the communities. So it'd be nice if we could give them some recognition. At the very least, we can have our own running names of people that are nominated. If we can't come to an agreement, they would reach in and pull out of the hat, which is a possibility too. And that, so some decision can be made, okay? And aside from that, I'm sure everybody's looked through the AMO watch files and the opportunities that are there for funding and things of that nature, but I leave that with our staff at this point in time now. Okay, so we got the wording down pat. I'll read the amended motion. That the March 11th, 2024 council meeting minutes be adopted as amended. As presented. Do I get rid of the word prevent?
No, it's fine. I'm sorry,
Okay.
amended.
Okay, and that information items be received and filed. Minutes to be amended to reflect the location of the meeting on Wolf Island, and that the report regarding the road damage due to construction be deferred to the May 13th council meeting. Any further discussion on that? I can't see any hands when it's disappearing. Councillor Holden or Councillor Jablonski, do you have any further discussion?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay. All those-
Nothing for me either.
Okay. All those in favor? I can see your hands now if they're up. Okay, thank you very much, carried. Now we have staff reports, a planning report on the Marysville Design Standards Project with Queen's University School of Urban and Regional Planning, the final report. And that was prepared by Sonia, Manager of Community Planning for Frontenac County. So I assume Sonia is going to present this report.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Mayor. I don't have a formal report. As I said, that this is a report that was compiled by the student project team. The students are now done their work. It was a very detailed report that they provided to us, and we're certainly going to need some more time to kind of digest it and review all of it. But we did want to share it with council, share it with community members, and really this information report, besides formally presenting this to council, is really twofold. One is to ask for council to formally receive this document in fulfillment of the terms of reference that we had with the Queen's School of Planning for this project. And the other is to seek direction from council in terms of public consultation on the document. I know a number of people had expressed some interest to me in knowing if they could provide feedback and how long. We've chosen May 31st simply because you know, it's a nice round number. It's about a couple of months out. It gives people lots of time with the document. And selfishly, it also coincides with about the time that I'll have some extra staff back in the office to help start looking through public consultation. So like I said, no formal presentation about the report itself because it was the students' report, but happy to take any questions or comments about the staff cover report and the proposed recommendation.
Okay, we'll take a mover and a seconder to get this on the table. Councillor Saunders, mover, and seconded by Councillor Jablonski. Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Saunders? Have you got any questions?
Oh, sorry, no, I'm fine.
Okay. Councillor Ackley?
So this is just to move it forward for a couple months till we review more of this paperwork? Is that what the whole object is here?
Are you
Yeah,
asking
through
me?
Sorry.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, so the intent is that we would collect some feedback and comments from the public, summarize those and bring them back to council for your information so you know kind of what the thoughts are locally with the community about the work that the students did. And that will also help inform us in terms of next steps as well.
Okay. Councillor Holton?
So I have a question. Where exactly are we at in this Marysville? Every time we do something, I think that's the end of it. Where are we at in terms of how much more money we're gonna have to put into this and how much more time before this is finally done?
Sonia?
Do you, Madam Mayor? Oh. All right. Okay, so echo. No, very good question. I mean, undertaking a project like this it was always going to be multifaceted. We certainly had a bit of a win having the students help us with this piece, but the work that the students have done really helps inform the last piece of the puzzle, which is the zoning. And the zoning for the village, it's really, there's two things with that I would point out. The zoning for the for the expansion area, for the new area that was added to the village, is likely going to be some kind of development zone that puts it in a bit of a hole because we don't really know what's going to go there until somebody actually proposes it. The final phase for the zoning has the biggest impact with respect to the existing village, particularly for any of your existing or future businesses and for your main street. So for example, right now, most of the main street in Marysville is zoned for residential uses and isn't appropriately zoned to recognize the businesses that are there. And based on the policy framework we put in place with the official plan, the main street is intended to be more mixed use and acknowledge and allow those business uses to happen. So that really is the final piece that we would be working on probably in the latter half of this year, is putting together that zoning framework that would acknowledge, hey, somebody needs to come forward with a proposal for the expansion area, but we also need to bring the zoning for the village itself up to date. So that's really the next. And once that's in place, that would be the final piece.
Okay.
Okay, so my only follow-up to that is how much more money are we going to have to put in? If you even have an idea of, or are we done with the paying?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So to be clear, the only thing being paid for is staff time, right? And that is we basically we track our hours, and then that's billed over a 3-year average, as we outlined in a previous presentation to council last year. So the township wasn't out of pocket for anything that the students the work that they did. So really, the remaining piece, our intention is to do the zoning in-house with staff. It's not a short and quick project, but it's not hundreds of hours either. So it's somewhere in between. Honestly, right now, I off the top of my head, I couldn't give you a set number of hours, but that would all be worked into the existing service agreement with staff.
Okay, thank you. That's all for me.
Okay, Councillor Jablonski?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just clarification, Sonia, basically the last big step of this project is when we actually have someone interested in developing a Wolf Island? Does that make sense?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. It's yes and no. So for the expansion area, yes, with the zoning we would put in place would be, I don't know what we would call it, some kind of development zone. You could put a holding symbol on it because I know there's concerns about access and the ferry. But really we would need somebody to come forward with a proposal, and it would be up to them to put forward an individual zoning amendment to zone that. The work that staff needs to really do on the zoning is for the existing village, particularly the main street. Particularly if you want to actually implement the policies you put in place about allowing that mixed use and encouraging businesses.
Thank you. So, Madam Mayor, one more question, if I may. We've heard from different people in planning department, we're quite a ways away from actually doing development on the Marysville plan. I've heard between 8 and 10 years away. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it can take a long time. Like it can take anywhere from 5 to 8 years to actually get a shovel in the ground from the time somebody submits an initial comment or concept plan to actually going through the planning approvals process, the public meetings, and actually getting agreements in place and then getting the shovels into the ground. So, and that's not just because of Marysville on Wolf Island, that's pretty much standard anywhere, is that often bigger developments like subdivisions and whatnot, they don't happen overnight. They do take time. And as I said, it would be up to the to whoever would be developing in that expansion area to propose their own zoning change. So that's a bit more work for them. Our focus on the zoning would be for the existing village. But yeah, those bigger developments can take a considerable amount of time.
Thank you, Sonia. No more questions, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, I too am concerned with the ongoing expenses, especially related to the secondary plan, and I have a motion of that later on. But this is specific to the village of Marysville and our mixed use that we have right now. And yes, we are outdated in some of the zoning that I know that there's things going on that probably shouldn't be going on, and that based on zoning, but it's always been tolerated. So the real question comes back at this point in time, and I do thank the students for the wonderful work on this report and the 163 hours that we got billed for the supervision and your clarification of this next step for working on Marysville that is existing, that it would, quote, not be a quick and short piece of work, and it's going to be done entirely in-house, so there is no free Queen student involvement in this piece. And I'm still wondering why we need to get into that at this point in time with the existing Marysville, when we're trying to, at best, preserve the existing Marysville so we don't lose the character of it. And I'm asking you, Sonia, that what is the strategic advantage for us to bring this up to date?
Through you, Madam Mayor. No, that's a good question. I mean, I think the previous council had initiated this because they saw future change, coming to Marysville. So you have, you as in a community have done most of the work in terms of doing the secondary plan, updating the official plan for Marysville. We got some of that technical information we needed about design in terms of how the village looks and feels and how future development should complement that in terms of the work with the students. And then the final piece is implementing that through the zoning. Whether you want to go through with it or not is entirely up to you. The only caution I would give is that if you stop and decide to pick it up, X number of years from now, there's a lot of time and effort that has to go back into going back to the beginning and clarifying if we are still in the same place, right? So there is momentum, there's community interest, there's been good conversations about expectations. And, from our perspective, in terms of staff, we do have limited staff and limited time, but finishing the zoning for Marysville is something that we had committed to working on at the later part of the end of this year. And it is something we would like to see through, but it's entirely up to council to make that decision. But you would certainly if you were to delay it, it may mean some site-specific zoning amendments for future businesses or developments in the village if the zoning's not brought up to date. And also lost momentum that you would have to kind of revisit the policies and the work of the students later on to bring whoever takes up the zoning later, bring them up to speed.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Further discussion by council? Councilor Saunders?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To me, this is one of the very few things that we are doing that's long-term. Everything else we've been dealing with so far is almost like firefighting. I think there's an enormous amount of work that's gone into this already. We have a very talented planning department who I think quite politely are encouraging us to keep moving forward. I don't know if that's a proper term, Sonia, or not. I think this is long-term planning. And at some point, if we stop, we're gonna see one issue after another pop up they're gonna have to deal with. I think we need to get moving on this and have a long-term plan so people can think about what the future expansion of Marysville will be, and it will occur. Both islands will continue to grow and develop at some rate. So I just think we need to continue moving forward and have this in place. Thank you.
Okay. Am I wrong in, Sonia, that we're talking about the existing Marysville right now? We're not talking about Marysville secondary plan, correct?
Well, no, you Madam Mayor, I mean, it's all, we would rezone the whole village, but as I said, there wouldn't be much work that goes into the expansion area portion because we would just put some kind of holding zone on it. The majority of the work would be spent on the existing village, particularly the main street, you know, the waterfront, that area there.
Councilor Ackley?
So again, we're talking Marysville, so we're gonna change roads and change direction and possible sewers and water. Is this what we're talking about when we're talking about changing Marysville? Or changing the look on the buildings or?
Through you, Madam Mayor, so this would be just the zoning. So this would be the document that would lay out the types of uses permitted on lots, how tall buildings could be, setbacks to lot lines and to the roads. The servicing is something else that's been accommodated for in the policy, but the zoning itself is specific to each individual lot and the uses that can happen there and the buildings that can be built. And just, and through you, Madam Mayor, just to be clear, I think this, not to muddy the waters, but this motion currently is about the students' report, you know, closing that loop with the project and wanting to know about your wishes with respect to public consultation. And then I believe there's a separate motion later in the agenda that specifically talks to the next phases and whether work's going to continue for Marysville. So.
Well, just to be clear, the motion that's before us is be it resolved that the council receives a report from the Queen's University Urban and Regional Planning entitled Developing Design Standards for the Village of Marysville on Wolf Island in fulfillment of the terms of reference for the project, and thanks the project team for their work, and that council direct planning staff to receive comments from the public about the report until May 31st of 2024 and provide a written summary of comments to council at a future meeting date. So at this point in time, it does not speak to the zoning, giving you a green light for rezoning or anything of that nature.
Through Madam Mayor, it doesn't. What we could do is when we present that summary of comments, we could include a section in that report that speaks to the next steps to finish up the Marysville project. And include that as part of sort of and our recommendation as to the route council wishes to take, depending on the outcome of the motion later on in this agenda, of course.
Okay. Councillor Holton, any further questions?
No, I think that's good for this motion. So I'm good.
Okay, Councillor Jablonski?
No, I thank you, Sonia, for all the information. I'm good, thank you.
Okay. All right. Do you know further questions? And I've just read the motion. Would you like me to reread it again? Everybody's satisfied? All those in favor? Okay, carried. Now, we have a planning report decision regarding B 14-23W, the green consent. And Sonia, would you like to speak to that?
I certainly can. Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. So at the last meeting, there was a recommendation from staff to deny the severance for the proposed property here for the Greens, and council decided instead that they wish to approve the consent. I guess, of course, not expecting that outcome, when it came time to do, we have to issue what's called a notice of decision with respect to the consent. There are a number of technical pieces that council need to do in order for us to kind of check this box for the applicant so that they can move on. One is that council has to give a reason for their decision and in the notice of decision. And the other is that there are a set of conditions. The approval you give is generally conditional upon a number of items being done, payment of taxes, submitting a survey, all those things. And so that was not done. So that needs to be included as well, because the applicant needs to have that list of conditions to be able to fulfill those and then come back to the township's staff to get the certificate of official signed, which is what their lawyer uses when they go to the registry office to actually create the lot. So I defer to the clerk in terms of process on how you deal with this tonight, but that is sort of the reason behind that. We need to have an official reason for your decision, and we need to have the conditions done as part of the approval of the application.
Okay. I'm turning to the clerk first on this, because when I'm reading through this bylaw that's in front of me, I'll read it. I get a motion to get it on the table first. Moved and seconded, Councillor Saunders and Ockley. That the consent application B 12-23W for the property located on Park Lot 15, Concession 5, Wolf Island Township of Frontenac Islands, 64th Line Road for the severance of one new lot be approved, and that the clerk shall issue the notice of decision in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act, including providing the notice of decision to the applicant, any person or body that made a written request to be notified, or any other person or public body prescribed. So I'm turning to the clerk. Have you drafted exactly what needs to be in there?
So through you, Madam Mayor, yes, Sonia has provided me with the exact details, conditions, etc. They are attached as part of this agenda, pages 37 to 40. And again, as Sonia had indicated, it's just bringing it back for council to approve with respect to the conditions that are outlined attached.
Okay, and with that, the one thing that had caught my eye with your conditions is, and I know that it was mentioned before at the previous meeting, the demolish of the accessory structure on that, because there's a garage already built on that particular piece of land. Is there any way to avoid something like that? It seems unnecessary when they're planning on building a house and they've built a garage on the piece of land at this point in time.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I will defer to Sonia.
Okay.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. This was something that, in my understanding, is that Dimitri, when he was here, had conversations with the applicant about this. So what's going to happen by creating this lot, you are creating a lot that has no principal use, but an accessory building. So that does not comply with the zoning bylaw. So you cannot create a lot that doesn't comply with the zoning bylaw. So what this condition is meant to do is give the applicant a number of options that they can do over the course of the 2-year period that they have to fulfill the conditions to keep the garage if they so wish. Right, so those are, they need to get the building permit right away, or at least apply for it to build a house on the lot prior to signing the certificate of official, applying for a zoning bylaw amendment, a temporary zoning bylaw amendment, or demolishing the structure. So they don't have to demolish the structure, if they can do one of the other 3 of the 4 things outlined in the condition. But ultimately, without having that condition in there, and that isn't a standard condition, it's specific to the situation, but it's because you can't create a lot that doesn't comply with the zoning bylaw, and the new lot would not comply because technically you can't have a lot with an accessory structure when there's no principal structure to begin with. So this condition with the various options was meant as a bit of a workaround so that the applicant can decide which path they want to take over the course of the 1 to 2 years that they've got to fulfill all those conditions.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions? Councillor Saunders.
So, Madam Mayor, I'm not in favor of this. I want to go back to this will be the 3rd conversation we've had about this. When I look at, it's page 2 of 4, it's actually page 38. Reason for the decision. It's the opinion of this council that this application meets the lot size requirements of the township zoning bylaw and provides a lot for a family on the island. I'm just concerned that if that's our reason, and I believe it is our reason, we open ourselves up for any other family on the island, on either in the township, who are faced with the same dilemma to come forward and say, well, you know, we need a lot for one of our family members, and I do appreciate the value of having all this, but I just don't support it based on that being our reason. I think we set ourselves up for future dilemmas, and I think I quoted that or mentioned that when we initially passed this. So that's my comment. I'm not in favor of this.
Councillor Ackley?
I'm in favor. I believe that we should be looking after the township people. And we should just move forward and, I don't understand the garage part. They want us to tear the garage down to.
Or they have to
Building.
apply for a building permit quickly and.
Oh, well, that's fine.
Yeah,
So they don't have to tear the garage down. Okay,
that's what I was clarifying.
yeah. So at the end of the day, no, I'm for moving forward for this. I think we have to look after the people on the islands first, and whether we change our whole zoning plan to allow people to have 5 lots or 6 in their property is a whole different ballgame. So, as of today, I'm moving forward. I'd like to move forward.
Councillor Holton?
Yeah, I think we beat this up enough. I'm just move forward. I have a million reasons and I could explain them at another time, but let's just move forward and pass this.
Okay, Councillor Jablonski?
Yeah, I think we've gone through this a few times. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I mean, we have development in Wolf Island through Marysville. It may happen half a decade to a decade from now. I think giving a family a chance to put their house up is not uncontrolled growth. In my book, it is controlled. I definitely favor this motion that the Greens build.
In no further discussion, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Carried. All those opposed? All right. Now we have the Public Works Report. PW 002-24 Howe Island, NG 911. Fuller Road Report, and I believe Chief Quinn might be the one speaking to that.
Yes, and I'll be brief, actually. We're returning, we brought this to the March meeting, provided an overview in terms of the work that's been going on to bring clarity to this particular area of the island in terms of its emergency 911 numbering. The residents of that area participated in a larger gathering. We used the building next door where they got to work out a number of the details, because this area has not only a seasonal township road, but also private lanes. So collectively, they came together with a homegrown solution. And this is back before council. We worked with the county GIS team who went with me to the location. We identified the things that would need to be in place as it relates to numbering and ensuring that the numbering is consistent with the policies of how the numbering should have been done. There was mistakes made in previous years and we're trying to fix that and then bring further clarity. If I could, Madam Mayor, there's a couple of key things I would just go to the board and point out and then take any questions. So, Madam CAO, we just scroll up a little bit. A little further, so people that live on Howe Island and know this area well, you leave Howe Island Drive, you go out to Fuller Road. The first area that needs some attention is there's a road that goes to the left, and it's what we would call the Ducks Unlimited area. The suggestion is that that road, that stretch of the road become Fuller Road West. So that's a new name to an already existing road that doesn't have a name. The road's there, but there is no name, so we're suggesting Fuller Road West. Fuller Road, that's been here for 1 million years, goes out and continues on. And the next key thing is the township-owned portion stops right here. But the suggestion for clarity, to keep it straightforward, is that Fuller Road just continue on down through till you run out of Howe Island and end up in the water. So you have Fuller Road and Fuller Road West. The new piece is again a private lane, which the suggestion is that private lane be called Sunset Lane. And so a sign would go up to identify Sunset Lane. The numbering is consistent with how it should be done. So there would be some adjustments to the actual numbers, and the property entrances would get the appropriate number attached, and the number should get larger as we go. So that cleans this up and makes it real clear for emergency services as well as the residents of that area. There's some recommendation in terms of some of the signage that would need to go along with this, but it concludes that area in terms of our review, and there's a mandatory requirement to review everything by 2026 in terms of 911 signs. What's really important, I think, for the residents and for this community, we all know that this stretch through the center of Howe Island it's what we all call baseline allowance, road allowance. But we wanted to stay away from the use of baseline in any way because it's already baseline named out here. So this is why we thought the easiest, most straightforward is stick with Fuller Road all the way through to the point which can't go any further. Add Fuller Road West and add Sunset. And that would solve this. The residents, the majority of the residents participated in this, came with lots of information and had a really good few sessions in terms of, getting onto the same page to clean this up. In my March report, I provided a picture of a cluster of 911 signs that are not, it's just not a helpful arrangement. So this fixes that problem for that area.
Okay.
And that's it.
Thank you for the report. I'll get this on the table. I'll take a mover and a seconder. Councillor Ackley, Councillor Saunders. And for discussion, Councillor Saunders, any thoughts?
I want to thank Chief in the county GIS team for pulling all this together. It was very controversial when it was first announced. It's as the chief has said, it's a mishmash of stuff, and I think this is a great solution to trying to resolve all of this. So thank you for your work.
Okay, Councillor
Well,
Ackley.
again, yes, thanks, chief. Great work again. I heard from Sheldon and that down there that love the idea, love it.
Okay, Councillor Holton.
I'm good, thank you.
Councillor Jablonski.
No, I'm good. Great job getting it all arranged. No comment.
I'm just curious, there's no houses on the existing quote Fuller Road West at this point in time, am I right?
No, there's one new house. So that new house would become it would be number, it would become number 15.
And was there any consideration to any different names other than Fuller Road West? And the reason, I'll give you the reason why I asked that is the proposal has been passed and discussed in previous council on Wolf Island, should we ever move forward with development of Marysville secondary plan, that street names would likely be named after veterans that passed away during wars and that. So I'm just wondering, there's no opportunity for anything as creative here.
I sort of, through you, Madam Mayor, the answer is kind of yes and kind of no. Deputy Mayor Saunders made reference to, it was a controversial matter when this first got out there. And really, we treaded lightly because there's a lot of history with respect to the Fuller farm and Fuller property. And so those folks came really concerned about the loss of that name. And really, so as a way to kind of move people forward, we wanted to hear from them. And really, they are the ones that created the solution. And the county representatives as well felt that, you know, this, we know where Fuller Road is, and really this short little jaunt to give it a new name might add confusion. Whereas if you hear Fuller Road or Fuller Road West, you pretty much know where you gotta go. So it was
Good to hear the background.
community driven.
Okay. And 100 years from now, when we actually have to open up the baseline road, we'll deal with whatever needs to happen there.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, I'll read the motion. Moved by Councillor Ackley, seconded by Saunders, that the Public Works Report, PW 002-24, Howe Island, NG 911, Fuller Road final report be received and filed for information. All those in favor? I can't see Councillor Halton. Give me a yea or, there you are, okay. Carried. All right, thank you. Now, we're at Public Works Report, PW 004-24, Howe Island / Wolf Island purchase of mowers. And we'll have Chief Quinn speak to that. And anybody else going to be speaking to that? No, okay.
I would just, through you, Madam Mayor, just add that this report is it's really a joint submission by myself and Keith Greenwood from Wolf Island as we worked on this together. We are simply saying, just in light of the status of the budget discussions, so that we're not left to the last minute, would like to proceed with the purchasing of the mowers. It's identified in terms of cost, specific cost to Howe Island and then specific cost to Wolf. And we approached it using the township's procurement policy number 4. And written quotes were obtained from different area suppliers. And that's it.
Okay, can I have a mover and a seconder, and we'll open it up? Councillor Ackley moves, anybody? Councillor Holton, second. Okay, and Councillor Saunders, any thoughts?
Thank you again for doing this, Mr. Quinn. What was the range in value of the 4 quotes?
As high as, sorry, my apologies. Let me just. You have 42,000 at the low end and 66,896 at the high end.
And was there anything other than price that we made the decision on?
We looked at size of the machine, we looked at basically the, you know, what's suitable for the needs and circumstances of what we're gonna try to accomplish on both islands. We moved from, you know, up to the commercial level or commercial grade so that we could get, you know, more solid, I guess, if you will. And the interesting thing is we did the research. I mean, we found, you know, depending on where you went, you have features in this one that one didn't have, and et cetera, et cetera. So these are not residential units that most people would have in their backyard. And yeah, I mean, that was really the gist of it. Gather as much info as we possibly can and then have options laid out.
Just a quick follow-up question. So have any of our staff actually driven one of these things? So we know that it's the right machine for the job? Is that correct?
In their private personal lives, yes. What I will add though, and I learned this, so I'm gonna full transparency, is because we're a municipality and having employees operate the units. There's a mandatory requirement for the roll bar expectation to have those on there. I did not know that. I now know that. So all of these units have that necessary requirement for the safety.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Hackland?
And just the value there, you said the 42,000, like the 2 machines at the low end and 2 machines at the high end. Not 42,000 one machine and 66,000 a different machine. You said the values, so they would be 10,000 more than the others. At the quote of 21,000 for the each. Is what you're saying in your value, so that's 42,000. Cause
One
you,
procurement. Right?
yeah, you said the value of the 2 machines we're buying would be the low end 42,000. And the high end that you were looking at would have been 66,000 for the bigger machine or different model.
So the Howe Islands portion
Yeah,
would be 21,354 for Howe Island.
yeah,
2 machines.
oh, yeah,
The Wolf Island, through the procurement bylaw, would do the same for 2 machines for Wolf Island at the same price.
If I may, Madam Mayor.
correct.
So the 42,000 is for 4 machines at the low end, the 66 is for the same 4 machines at the high end. Just for clarification, I believe, Councillor Ackley, that was your query.
Okay, but what we had before is 1 machine on each island.
That's
Right. I know it's
No,
not
what we had
No.
before was a private contractor.
So if I may clarify,
Okay,
the 21,354.17 is for 2 machines on Howe Island, and the 21,354.17 is for 2 machines on Wolf Island. Those 2 totals are taxes included for both islands. So
So
you would
for
be looking
4 machines.
4 machines,
Yeah, it doesn't say that.
42,000.
Yeah.
Sorry,
It wasn't very clear here. It just says
yeah,
21,000 tax excluded each.
for each island. My apologies if that was, yeah.
For each machine for each island.
right.
So would that would be 2 for us, 2 for them? Yeah, I wasn't clear of that before. I thought we were getting, sorry if I misread something. I thought we were getting 1 machine for each island.
No, I was
Yeah.
under the same impression,
Yeah.
so it wasn't clear.
I think in the budgets there, maybe Jesse, you know.
Through you, Madam Mayor, what he's proposing is what's in the budget. Again, this is strictly an exercise as if we don't approve the budget today, we get approval at least for these 2 purchases.
Yeah,
So that way we can cut grass when we need to, so.
Okay. Councillor Halton?
No comment, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Jablonski?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Nope, happy mowing, no comments.
Okay. I'm curious, where are we doing the mowing and that? I assume these are John Deere style something, machines with a roll bar on it, and we previously contracted out this service and now our in-house staff is gonna do it. Am I correct on that? And where are we doing the mowing? Because Wolf is dramatically different in size than Howe. So I'm a little surprised that you need 2 machines on Howe and only 2 on Wolf. I would have thought 1 and 2 would have been a better mix, but where are we doing this?
So I'm not as familiar with the Wolf Island properties, but I can speak to the Howe Island properties. So we're looking at here, all of the municipal property here would be the helipad, the properties around these two buildings. Then we would have, as we head east, there's a cemetery, Howe Island Drive and the Lower Side Road. And then we have the baseball diamond and recreation park property. And then we have Sunset Park down at the east end ferry, and then a small piece here at Lighthouse Lane. So it's anything that's township property owned, is where we would.
Okay, so not the side of the roads or anything of that nature?
No.
And you're planning on having two staff members at any point in time doing the grass cutting?
So in the case of Howe Island, we would be using the existing staff that are here on the public works staff doing it. So we're not hiring more staff, we're not bringing in part-time staff, we're using the existing staff that
Yeah,
are in public works.
And on Wolf, then I would extrapolate that out to the community center, the graveyard areas, and we have more graveyards over there on that. As I said, yeah, it's just larger on. I honestly don't see the need to have two machines on either island myself, but especially in Howe, but that's my observation in trying to be protective of the budget, and that I don't think there's that much work to buy two machines, which is gonna be $42,000. And that for Howe, correct? Or is it 21,000? It's a 21,000. And we currently don't have any grass cutting machine at all, other than for the side of the roads.
Correct, nothing that's township owned. Part of this project started under the direction of the former CAO, who actually did some tendering and various things in terms of looking at comparing, bringing it in-house to contracting it out. The rationale, which, you know, we're within the budget line, but the rationale was also just to have that built-in redundancy, so if you do end up with a breakdown, you can keep on going. And I do know that there's lots and lots of, you know, lots of folks that want the properties to be well maintained and looked after, and I get that, so that's part of the rationale. And when we went shopping, we based it on having that redundancy and making sure that whoever the supplier is, that they sharpen their pencil, because they can potentially get all of the units, and that's really what we're proposing, that the units be the same for both Howe and Wolf.
Do we have this in the reserve for public works at all?
Could you repeat that question? It's in the budget as an expense for
Yeah.
2024. If we could fund it from reserves, I can look at what we have available.
Because we haven't gotten to the budget piece and you're asking for a jump now, so I'm just wondering, do you have money in your reserves? Were you planning on having this, or is this something new? And it seems like it's something new, because we're removing the contracts that we've had before.
Yeah, so my understanding, just as far as budgeting purposes, we would have budgeted without contracted services cost in our budget for the mowing. With us purchasing the mowers to supplement that loss. And again, from what was contributed from reserves, we are bringing money in, specifically like our supplemental taxation and other money that is bringing into capital for roads. So to speak specifically, we're not bringing any prior year reserves in to fund these projects. It's either funded by revenue that we have in year or raised by taxation amounts.
Okay. Because I know on the Wolf Island side, there was a new truck added in last year, I believe, from the reserves and that, and it seems if it's needed, it's needed in that, but have to be cautious. Okay, so I'll read the motion one more time unless there's more questions. Me being none. that the Public Works Report number PW 004-24, how and will file and purchase of mowers report be received, and that the council direct staff to proceed with the purchase of the required mowers for both Howe and Wolf Island from Gan-Nockway Small Engines in the amount of 21,354.17, taxes included, each for both Howe and Wolf Island. And I'm gonna add for a total of 4 mowers. Yeah. So it's crystal clear. Okay,
You're amending the motion then?
yes, I guess I'll have to get a seconder for the amendment. For clarity. Counselor Ackley and Counselor Saunders. We'll vote on the amended motion then first. Actually, it's just a clarity in that for the, because do we need to do a vote on the amended piece of the motion first?
Cause you're adding a section to it. so
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Seconded. Okay, any discussion on the amendment? That for a total of 4 machines? Counselor Saunders, Counselor Ackley, Counselor Holton. Okay, Counselor Jablonski. Any comment? Nope, okay. All those in favor of the amendment? Carried. And for the original motion, again, the Public Works Report, PW 004-24, Wolf and Howe Island purchase the mowers. Report be received, and that further the council directs staff to proceed with the purchase of required mowers for both Howe and Wolf Island from Gan-Nockway Small Engines for the amount of 21,354.17, taxes included, each for both Howe and Wolf Island. Any further discussion?
For the total.
Oh, now I can add it in for a total of 4 machines? I thought I'd already voted on that.
Well, you voted to add that on as the amendment. Now that
Is
forms your main motion. So
Okay, all right. Any further discussion? Seeing no hands, all those in favor? Carried. Thanks. And now we're at Public Works verbal update regarding the Howe Island Ferry. Always a popular topic. And is that Chief Quinn that's gonna be talking to us?
Yes, and I'll, again, through you, Madam Mayor, to council, members of council, and I will be brief. I just want to make sure as we go forward, we as a leadership team, just making sure that we're all very clear in terms of the realities that are before us as it relates to our East End 3-car ferry. Part of the concern, of course, the subject of ferry services is a hot topic and it's a sensitive topic, and people are getting quite frustrated with you know, the number of closures and breakdowns and various other things. As a result of that ripple effect of the closure of the Joyceville ferry, it ends up whereby which the East End Township Ferry has to pick up the slack. And I think when we look at this over the course of time, and I would say, I'm probably looking at it a lot closer in my role as Public Works lead here. But historically, we've set a level of expectation of that East End Ferry as residents of the community, but the expectation, the parameters to meet that expectation haven't come along with it. What I mean by that is the Township Ferry has been under a service agreement with MTO has criteria attached that speaks to, we operate that ferry from 6:30 in the morning until midnight. We operate that ferry with one operator on board. And we provide you with the funding that goes along with that particular level of service. Where we as a community have drifted is that there is an absolute automatic expectation from the community that when the Joyceville ferry closes, the East End three-car ferry will open up. We drifted into that expectation, but we don't have the mechanisms realistically to support that at this point. So I am simply saying that as we go forward, we need to ensure that there's a number of steps that will need to be taken. And I'll be bringing back to council, if the expectation is that we provide 100% guarantee that that ferry will always open, then we need some things to shore that up. We need to have staffing. We need to have an on-call system whereby which we can page somebody in, because right now our staff hold various other jobs and frankly are not always readily available. So if the main ferry closes, we have been lucky that staff have been able to respond, but I'm not comfortable operating on luck. And so at 2:00 in the morning, in the middle of July, on a Saturday night, we're not guaranteed that we can find an employee. We've been relying on some of the, employees that have been there for years, and they've been, on the most part, flexible, but we can't guarantee that. So I think as we move along, we will need to assess what level of service do we want, and if we're guaranteeing a different level of service than what we're funded and what our service agreement speaks to, then it's gonna mean a revisit of the service agreement, a revisit of how we staff, a revisit of on-call potentially, et cetera, to get us closer to that guarantee. So I'm saying that out loud, thank you for listening. But as a team here, it's, I think, really important that we are all saying the same thing. Because when people are getting anxious, upset, and demanding what that ferry must do, it's not shored up at this point to pull that off in any 100% way. So that's our reality. Again, we're relatively new at this table, but we're identifying some real gaps. And if we want to close the gaps, then that's going to take some time and some work to do. But our reality is what it is, so we can't guarantee that 100% response.
Okay. Comments, Councillor Saunders?
Thank you, Member. Thank you, Mr. Quinn, for clarifying that. It's tricky, people are getting anxious, and I think the more information we get out and people understand what we can and can't do, I think it helps, so thank you for that.
Okay, Councillor Ackley?
So again, a couple of things, life's life and taxes have to go up because we need more employees. I think you're saying that. The thing I see here though is how come our ferry's 516,000 and the Simcoe ferry is 755,000? That's $240,000 difference in a yearly.
That's on the next report. We'll get to that.
Oh, that's on the next.
Yeah.
We haven't talked.
You wanna get there?
We'll get
I wanna
there.
get
We'll
there.
get there. And there's
Well, that's
actually an
kind of part of what I'm
explanation.
thinking though, so.
There's an explanation, but anyways, this is just regarding our funding agreement that we have with the MTO in what we do get for that small three-car ferry.
Oh,
Okay?
okay. Questions or not?
Okay. Councillor Shablonski?
Nope, thanks, for all the information. I have no questions.
Okay, Councillor Holden?
Again, thanks for the information. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. And yes, that's very good information, and the reality is that it is a funding issue as well as staffing issue, as well as it's not funded as a 24-hour ferry. And quite frankly, no one else has a 24-hour ferry. And that, if there were an emergency though, we have a boat that can be utilized for transport of necessary equipment, not necessarily an ambulance, but at least the person off with dispatch, if the reality is that we haven't got a ferry running at that time of night, correct?
Correct.
And the first responders are the first ones there anyways, so it will be a pretty smooth operation. Okay, so,
And if I can, Madam Mayor, just because there's an interesting, and I'm not trying to be cheeky when I say this, there's an interesting principle that this council has decided, that is, we stick within our budgets, that we have budgets established and we stay within that. So for us just to do a knee-jerk reaction and start doubling up staff and running through the midnight and all of these things that haven't been approved, you guys are gonna hold my feet to the fire and challenge the heck out of me when we're way over budget. So I just throw that in for consideration.
yeah, no, it's valid and that, because we do need to try to live within our means. And it would be wonderful if we had the reliability that is the expectation for the county ferry. We'll call it county ferry, not the Georgeville ferry, that, that's okay. But basically, thank you very much for bringing this to our attention, that because of the horrendous repairs that have been 6 times out, as far as I know, in the past 4 weeks for that ferry. I don't know whether we've turned a corner at this point in time or not, but at the very least, that with ferries, there always will be maintenance and some unreliability in that. But it's good to know that there's always the emergency services available and a great first responder staff for those that need to have it. Convenience, this is an island. That's reality. There will always be some inconvenience, but with 95% of the time, we have a great time. But that 5% is not good. Thank you. Now, we have finance report. I don't think I have a motion for that, verbal. Thank you. Okay, finance report number FN 001-24, MTO subsidies. And that's perfect timing leading into what we were just discussing now.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So yeah, the purpose of the report is basically every year on an annual basis, we must submit our final kind of claim to the MTO. Their year end is March 31st, so they like it around March or April. And basically, it's just management, it's our attestation that all the costs are included and we have support for it. And upon providing we get the total amounts and we sign a petition to them, which is then signed by the head of council. We provide them with our final costs, and subsequently they will then give us our final payment for 2023. Just on the report here, so the subsidy claims for Howe Island was $516,000 and $942.24, and the Simcoe Ferry amount was $755,817.49. Just to speak on the difference, the Simcoe Ferry did have around $130,000 of capital expenditure related to it that the Howe Island didn't. There'll be kind of difference operationally. So with that being said, when we submit these amounts, based on what we've already received for 2023, it's expected we'll get around another payment for 2023 in the amount of $53,514. And that kind of summarizes the report. Yeah, there is questions about the subsidy amounts. They do fluctuate year to year. Again, this is based on operation and capital numbers. So it is an annual report that we sign. I do have the numbers from last year, if you're curious what those were, and how they compare to this year, but that's the kind of summary of the report.
Okay, thank you. Questions, Councilor Saunders? Thank you. Councilor Ashley?
So the difference in the two amounts is staffing or repairs or
So this year, like,
building?
there was capital costs associated, and I think there's also there was management fees in there as well that we're getting reimbursed for. So operationally, I can look at those two numbers, sorry, very quickly.
Remember the new building that
Yeah.
put on Simcoe?
Yeah. if that's in there.
Yeah, yes,
Oh,
yeah, so it's
that's what I was
operations, yeah, so it's operations and capital,
Cause I
so,
know their building was worth more than our building.
yes, yeah, so there, just to clarify, there was around $109,000 in capital work for Howe Island, and there's around $245,000
Yeah.
for Simcoe. So that's where the
Our
ball,
500,000 included our building.
yes,
Yeah, because normally it's quite a bit lower, 300 something or something I saw before.
yeah, usually,
Yeah.
I think in 2022, if I recall correctly, it was in the 400s.
Just clarification, that's all.
Yeah.
Not bad, but nothing.
Counselor Holton, any questions?
No questions at this time, thanks.
Great. Counselor Jablonski, any questions?
Nope, no, thank you, man, Mayor. Nope.
I'm just wondering how much of the portion of the salary of the CAO / clerk / Public Works has been apportioned, because I know previously the Director of Public Works salary, a significant portion was portioned in for support of the ferry. So was there any of this multi-level person involved, or of the chiefs and that?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To my knowledge, there wasn't. Again, this is summary costs that would have been incurred January 1st to December 31st, 2023. Scott here is the deputy treasurer. I don't know if he'd be aware.
I don't believe there was any CAO costs allocated to.
All I can say is there was no entries done to take CAO salaries and put them in there. So there was no journal entries to reallocate it on that level.
Okay, but we did have the salaries of the chiefs that were doing the supervision of the Marine Division added in?
Yeah, sorry, Scott, I'll defer to you again, just because it's historical information.
Yes, I believe they were incorporated
I want to make real sure, because I do know that there was significant subsidy and a portion of the previous CEO salary that had oversight of public works should be included in this as well.
The actual cost would, because it goes through payroll, they would have been allocated to ferry, the chief's costs.
Yeah, but I'm going back to the CAO and that, because previous CAO had the oversight of public works. And that the director role had been eliminated. So there was a portion of his time involved as well as the chiefs for that supervision. I just want to make sure we're requesting the right amount.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would have to get back on the direct answer,
Chief Quinn?
My understanding when we were looking at this is that there was a portion of the CAO salary along with my role or Chief Hawkins's role allocated.
That's it.
So I honestly don't know the answer to how much, but yes, that was.
This is it. I personally in that, I can't imagine it not being at least to the 20% mark. And that, given the involvement that is needed for the oversight and the dealings and the time of even having meetings with NTO and everything else, that was a drain on the CAO time. Councillor Ackley?
Due to the fact that the county has Kelly overseeing Rob Delabo. And they're getting paid, right? So obviously we should be in the same book where our CAO and other staff should be involved in percentage of what their time going into it.
Yeah.
Correct.
and thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
And just to iterate how the timesheet process, if the CEO had time, he would note that to payroll and payroll would allocate it to the correct accounts. So if under the assumption that the CEO, there was budgeted time and they spent time specifically on these matters, that would be captured through like the timesheet process.
So I'd like to have that captured and identified in that before we submit our request to the MTO. Because it may be a significant amount of money that we may get subsidy for. And I think if you look at the historic record of even the previous 2 or 3 years, and that, I want to make sure we suddenly haven't become the best bargain in town. Okay,
Thank you.
Councillor Saunders?
So Madam, picking up on that, I guess what we could ask is our for 2024, our staff, based on that kind of direction, allocating their time, and that, you know, I would ask that they allocate their time. Make sure it's being allocated properly.
But we're not, from my view, that we haven't just fallen off the apple cart, and that we do have some history that we can review. And try to be consistent, because we don't want to have a red herring thrown to MTO either. So see what the figures were before, who was included in it, and I know we did have the covering off period while we were between CAOs and that the chief stepped up in a very big way. So that's the sort of thing that I want to make sure it should be reflective in that, even related to the previous years. And that, so I'm personally am not very comfortable with moving the report other than for information that time until we are comfortable with the numbers, but that's just me. But I need to get a mover and a seconder to start with first, so Councillor Ackley. And seconded, Councillor Saunders. And the motion is that the finance report number FN 001-24 subsidy petition be received. And that council approve and sign the 2023 petition for the subsidy for the Howe Island and Simcoe Island ferries. That's the piece that I have a problem with. And I'm looking at the clerk as to what I can do to perhaps remedy this until, if there's support on this.
Can I, offer an amendment?
Yeah.
There we go.
So the answer is yes, I can. Is it?
Yes.
Yeah. There we go.
Sorry, I didn't realize, I thought it was rhetorical.
Pending staff, investigation to ensure all appropriate hours are charged or included in the subsidy. All appropriate staff.
Yes, she can. She's the leader writer. I write like a nurse.
Pending review,
No, I've got that,
Okay.
I just, moved.
With Councillor Saunders and Ackley. I think he's getting that one down.
pending review by the treasurer to ensure all staff hours.
Deputy
are
Mayor
appropriate.
Saunders, bear with me one moment, please. I'm coming up with the wording and then I will read it out loud.
I will be quiet.
Well, she works on that. I'm gonna make note that we are 9 minutes away from hitting the 3-hour mark, in which case I'm gonna have to pause and ask us.
Mayor, actually, we have till 1:30 because we started the.
Oh, good. Oh, thank you. We got to 1:30. Perfect.
That being said, I don't imagine that we're going to be done by 1:30.
But we'll
Yeah.
jump that bridge when we need to. We may be going for the eclipse. If it goes dark,
Yeah, well, no.
we got lights.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor Saunders, go ahead, pending.
Pending review by the treasurer to ensure all appropriate staff hours are allocated.
And management. It's big picture.
Yeah.
So if I may. Moved by Councilor Deputy Mayor Saunders, seconded by Councilor Ackley, that the following wording be added to the second clause of the motion. Pending review by the treasurer that all management and staff hours have been properly allocated. Correct? Yes, no?
Come on. Come on.
You guys moved in second. Are you happy with it?
I'm more than happy with that. Thank you.
Okay. So we'll move the amendment first, and that. Seconded by Councillor Ackley, I believe. I saw the hand, right? Any further discussion on it? Councillor Ackley?
So have we put out all this money already?
through you, Madam Mayor, yes, we haven't been reimbursed at this point for 53,000, but this is all 2023 cost and subsidy,
But we put it the 500,000 and the 700,000,
less 53,000.
correct?
Yep.
So should we be speeding up to get our money back? So can we not put this forward and then ask for the extra? Cause we had undone costs, lost costs.
I think it's gonna get covered by the
Okay.
amendment that the following wording be added to the second clause of the motion.
Yeah.
Pending review by the treasurer that all management and staff hours have been properly allocated. So that wouldn't impede. It doesn't have a,
Oh,
correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay,
so
so we're covered. Okay, any other questions? Put your hands up if you need to. No? Okay, then I'll call the vote. All those in favor of the amendment that the following wording be added, as I just said. Okay, any opposed? Counselor Jablonski, okay, that's still carried.
Madam Mayor, no, that wasn't actually agree with you guys. I was late here to get my hand up.
Oh, okay. Now we'll go to the initial part, that the finance report number FN 001-24 subsidy petition be received and that the council approve and sign the 2023 petition for subsidy for the Howe Island, Simcoe Island ferries. And pending the review of the treasurer that all management and staff hours have been properly allocated. All those in, any further discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, we carried still.
I think they were just like that. I don't think they were.
Yeah, we still. It wasn't a recorded vote anyway, so. Okay, now we have, finance report FN 002-24 asset retirement obligations, ARO report, and that's gonna be from our treasurer as well.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. So this report is just kind of some basic accounting framework and policies that we just need to get in place. Effective for our December 31st, 2023 year end, we are required to record what we call an asset retirement obligation. Basically, this is costs that we as a township have with our assets that we'd be required to pay when we retire it. I think the most best example to use, and the one that we most likely will have, is, for example, the buildings have asbestos. There is specific costs incurred to dispose of the asbestos as per laws and regulations to make sure it's disposed properly. Basically, this accounting policy just means that on our books at the end of December 2023, that cost is now recorded as a liability. And it's to then be kind of recognized when the building is disposed of. So again, this doesn't impact us on a dollar basis now. We're not putting out money. It's not coming out of the budget. It's basically just an accounting requirement to make sure that we recognize the cost to dispose assets now from a financial perspective, so that when we retire it, it's already on our books and we kind of at that point write off the amount. So the staff reports does have other examples. Again, if there's any legal, it basically comes down to a legal obligation to dispose of it. So again, the asbestos is kind of the easiest and the one that's most applicable. There could be other assets, for example, if we own gravel pits, there's our environmental regulations on the disposal of those and whatnot. This staff report, again, is just to give you a brief overview of what it is. And with it is the policy. The policy is just in place to make sure we have proper financial reporting in place. And allows us to kind of complete the work to make sure it's done for the 2023 audit. So if there are any questions, I'd be happy to kind of explain and walk you through. As far as the result of financial reporting, again, not to get too in the weeds, but if we do, again, if there's building asbestos, we basically add that cost to the asset and it's offset by like a liability. And again, the recognition actually happens down the road when we have to retire the building. So again, no kind of direct current impact.
Okay, and so I'll have a mover and a seconder to get this on the table. Counselor Ackley and Counselor Saunders. Okay. Counselor Saunders, you have any questions?
Yes, sir, Madam Mayor. Did we have this policy in place before you came on the scene?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, the policy was not in place, and it is a new accounting standard. It's effective for the first time for the 2023 financial year.
I mention this because I think this is another example where we have fresh eyes, new staff coming in, and realizing all the things that we're not going to speak on. We had this conversation at another time about, it seems like we keep bumping into things that aren't in place and they're eating up staff time. And that continues to be a concern of mine. So more an observation, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Counselor Ackley?
I don't have a comment.
Okay, Counselor Holton?
Sorry, no comment, and I will just add this comment. I'm running out of battery on my computer, and my charge cord doesn't seem to be working. So if you lose me, I will just join with Mike. Thanks.
There you go. Okay, Counselor Jablonski?
No, no questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the report and the asset management, and it doesn't sound like we were too far behind at all on that, because it's for 2023, so we've hit the deadline. I was a little surprised that there wasn't anything as like computers and smaller items, culverts even, that I would have expected. And building's a great example, but in asset management, usually it's anything that's a capital expenditure, and we have quite a bit of that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So yeah, this is specifically for not just disposal, it's retirement where there's a legal obligation. So again, with the asbestos bylaw, if we were to tear down a building that had it, we would incur costs to dispose of it properly. So it's again, when we go through the process, we do look at, just to give you some assurance, we do actually go through the entire asset list. And then you kind of do a checklist of yes or no. You know, is there a legal obligation? What's the dollar amount? Is it significant? And we go through that. So everything is considered. But again, we kind of know, and there's been consultation with KPMG as well, our auditors, just what to expect and what they're looking for when they're auditing. So yeah, just in short, kind of all assets are looked at, but it primarily, again, affects the ones where the legal obligation is known.
Okay, thank you very much. So any further questions? I'll read, if not, I'll read the motion that the finance report FN 002-24 asset retirement obligations report be received, and that council approves the asset retirement obligation policy presented with this report that establishes guidelines to ensure the compliance with the new standard of PSAB PS 3280. Any further questions? All those in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I may, before we get to just take a quick 5-10 minute break.
Okay, the time is 1:02 and it's gonna be a 5-minute break. I'll take it to 10:10 when we come back, 8 minutes, okay?
1:10?
1:10. Looking at too many zeros.
Yeah.
Then very shortly thereafter, I'll be asking for an extension of the 1 hour. See how much more we can get done.
I don't know, it's pretty overcast out there. I don't know if we're gonna see any.
I see blue sky over here. You
Yeah.
gotta look at the sunny side until it gets dark.
To the south, the Wolf Island's all clouded.
That's okay by me. I have
Oh, the sun's over us now.
I have ABC and CNN taping it, and quite frankly, I don't plan on ruining my eyes, but this is blue sky over here. Lots of it.
It's microphone on?
I don't know.
No.
We're being recorded.
It's muted.
Can you hear me there?
No. Yeah. might say something bad. No.
We're here for that 4 hours.
Yeah, so.
Oh, and get a ton of stuff. For me, assisted, right?
It's.
But if somebody not there, they're not there. Yeah. No, but I do think you right, like, there should be some money in
The meeting has resumed. And there's been a suggestion now to, for the continuity's sake, to move to 0.6 at this point in time, and when we get to the 1:30 mark, we will then revert back to what is the budget, and it will be a sustained period of time without interruption. And do we need to have mover to move that?
No, just as long as all members are in favor of, the
Okay,
change.
are you in favor, Councillor Saunders?
Yes.
Councillor Ackley?
Yes.
Councillor Halton? Councillor Jablani? Is that a question or is that in favor? In favor, okay. All right, so we'll go to 6 and I will send the chair over to my deputy mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Mayor Greenwood Spears has proposed a motion regarding the Marysville Secondary Plan, and I'm going to request that the clerk read the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Saunders. Whereas the creation of the Marysville Secondary Plan was first conceived based on the premise of a dual ferry system that would dramatically improve the transportation of residents of Wolf Island. And whereas it was then developed in 2019 based in large part on the recommended solutions put forth in the MTO sponsored transportation study report CA 4006-E-0035, which identified the need for dual ferries for 20 years and then a bridge to meet the transportation needs of Wolf Island. And whereas the Marysville Secondary Plan has continued to be worked on, including a draft amendment presented in March of 2022 and later through a Queen's University urban planning study in the fall of 2023. And whereas any county involvement in the planning process has involved billable hours to Frontenac Islands for ongoing development of the plan. And whereas the Ministry of Transportation has failed to provide adequate ferry services despite significant ferry disruption for the past 4 years to Marysville businesses and Wolf Island residents. And whereas when and if the new Wolf Islander 4 is brought into service, it will not adequately enhance transportation for more residents, but at best meet existing demand of residents in the off-season, as even identified by MTO's 1994 IBI group Wolf Island Ferry Study. Now therefore be it resolved that Frontenac Islands will no longer put taxpayer money into the proposed Marysville plan until such time they are provided legally binding agreements with MTO that meets or exceeds the expected and planned for transportation capacity and frequency. And further that Frontenac Islands will put an indefinite pause on further considerations as it is a waste of taxpayer dollars to plan for something that our transportation system cannot sustain.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, for reading that. So we have a motion on the floor. We need a seconder for that motion.
Councillor Jablani?
Yes, so in fairness to the two councillors on remote, I'm gonna ask Councillor Ackley to second the motion. Thank you. Discussion. So I'm gonna revert, sorry, do you want to speak to the motion? Madam
Yes.
Mayor, first?
Okay, this is in direct response to our chronic impairment of transportation from the island. And with the Wolf Islander 4, when and if it does come into service, is actually the identified size of 2001 that Wolf Island needed. And at best, it's going to help meet the needs between maybe November to March. But aside from that, we'll be back into long lineups, and they have not even provided us a schedule. At one point, they were floating an hour-and-a-half schedule. And it just is not going to be adequate to add an additional 300 people or further down the line in planning for this until they recognize that this is crucial for having life, economy, health, safety, and everything else related to Wolf Island. Now, I will say on the good news side, last Thursday, the Minister of Housing was in Kingston, and I actually got to be connected with him very, very quick, within an hour and a half of him me being made aware that he was in town. And I made the point to him that I had this motion for this meeting. and how it would impact 157 units and potentially 300 residents. And this is how serious the transportation problem is for Wolf Island. And he was extremely interested and sympathetic, and he will be speaking with his colleagues to help them understand just how crucial transportation is. So this motion is designed to not contribute to further development. We've already had the discussion and the follow-up of the planning that will wrap up what the students did at the beginning. But rather than go down the rabbit hole for something that'll be 5 to 8 to 10 years down the line, until we get adequate transportation to Wolf Island, I don't see it being a good use of taxpayer money. And that's why I brought it forward.
So thank you, Madam Mayor. So, I'll ask for comments and, Councilor Blanco, do you want to go first?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, I'll be honest, I think this makes sense to me, and we're trying to be prudent in our spending habits right now. We all know we're in a very tight budget. And I'll be honest, I mean, I like to see the MTO maybe react to this as well. I don't know if they will or not, but I see the point. We can't drive to our homes while we want to build a home here and continue on. So I'd say I agree with what the mayor's suggesting. Let's shelve any spending, not put it off, just put the money off aside, back burner for now until we actually get a real way to get back and forth the island. Sustained.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Halton, did you want to comment?
So I disagree with this at the present time. I think we're too far down the rabbit hole with the Marysville secondary plan. I think my understanding of what Sonia explained, the expansion area is pretty well done with. So it's just the main street, mostly the zoning. And I think we need to move forward with that just to allow more business expansion on our main street. So that's my feeling on it.
Thank you.
Just for clarity, that's already been passed. The Main Street piece has already passed this month. This is just about the Marysville secondary plan.
Councilor Ackley?
Does Dan want to speak on again?
Sorry. Councilor Holt, did you want to respond to the mayor's comment?
All right, do you want to respond to the comment?
So I think the Marysville secondary plan is already done, and I think what we heard today, I mean, we're looking at 10 years down the road before there's any development. I don't see that anyone is going to come over here and want to develop, given our ferry situation. So I think it's a moot point. I think we should just leave it as is.
Thank you. Councilor Ackley?
So has anybody ever asked the planners that has somebody stepped forward already and talked about building something there? Does anybody know any potential people that might be interested in doing that job?
I can probably speak to that. Based on my experience in, with working with planning folks, there are many confidential conversations that go on. So if they did have somebody approaching them, I suspect that would be treated confidentially.
Councilor Saunders, Don is still available.
Sonia, are you available to comment on that?
Hi, good afternoon. Certainly I can. Deputy Mayor Saunders is correct. So anybody that comes in with just questions, ideas, thoughts, wishes through pre-application, that is a confidential process. We haven't had any serious inquiries resulting in any kind of applications. Certainly there have been some developers and consultants watching the process of the Marysville secondary plan and certainly interested. But of course understand the issue with the ferry. And I think just for clarification, there might be some misunderstand that the Marysville secondary plan itself and its implementation through the official plan amendment, that piece is done. There were two other implementation pieces. One was the design standards, which the students helped with, and then there's the zoning. I mean, you could put it all under the umbrella of the secondary plan with all the implementation pieces if you liked. But I think if the motion goes forward, staff would need some clarification about what exactly we were to continue to work on, if anything, just for clarification.
Thank you. So does that answer your question?
Well, not totally. So we're gonna have a vote just to stall the secondary plan. is what we're voting for right now, clarity, right? Not
Not putting any more money in.
yeah, to not put any more money in at this point. Yeah.
So Madam Mayor, that's clear, that's your understanding?
That's what I'm asking for, that we put a halt, an indefinite pause on further considerations, as it's a waste of taxpayer money to plan for something that our transportation system cannot sustain.
Sure, that answers your question?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess, Madam Mayor, you already spoke to your motion. So, I'm not in favor of this. I understand fully the frustration with the ferry, and I see this as an opportunity to put some additional pressure on MTO. Everything we've done so far with MTO has paid no dividends. And to stall moving forward and put a hold on the work that planning has done so far, I'm afraid I'm in the same position that Councillor Halton is. I think we just need to let this continue to work its way through the system. So, any other comments?
I'll ask for a recorded vote.
See no other comments? Madam Clerk, would you lead a recorded vote, please?
Thank you. Counselor Ackley,
I'm in favor, Jude.
Counselor Holton,
Against.
Counselor Jablonski,
I'm for.
Deputy Mayor Saunders,
Against?
Mayor Greenwood,
In favor.
motion is carried.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So the next item on the agenda is another motion that Mayor Greenwood Spears has put forward. The motion, I apologize. Put forward concerning community police services municipal member. This is a requirement by the province. And I guess what I would ask is we need a seconder for this. Is that correct?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Saunders, would you like me to read the motion?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. Whereas the province of Ontario passed the Comprehensive Ontario Police Services Act 2019, Bill 68, which established the Community Safety and Policing Act 2019, CSPA 2019, on March 26, 2019. And whereas the Community Safety and Policing Act 2019, CSPA 2019, was proclaimed on April 1st, 2024. And whereas the Ministry of Solicitor General has approved the creation of Leeds County OPP Detachment Board governing all municipalities within the detachment area. And whereas the Leeds County OPP Detachment Board must be established and formalized as soon as practical, given the proclamation date has passed. And whereas the Leeds County OPP Detachment will be composed of an elected official of all participating municipalities, 2 community appointees, and 2 provincial appointees. Now therefore be it resolved, council hereby appoints blank to represent the township of Frontenac Islands on the Leeds County OPP Detachment Board, and further that an ad hoc Leeds County Detachment Board Selection Committee be formed, consisting of 1 appointed member from each respective partner municipality, preferably the representative to the detachment board, with a clear mandate to review and recommend community member applications to the participating councils. And further that $5,000 be allocated to the township to support the start of this committee, and then board, and this sum will be revisited each year and adjusted as needed to support the roles and responsibilities of the board members.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So the motion is on the floor. We need a seconder. Councillor Ackley seconded. Mayor Spears, would you like to speak to your motion?
Okay. This is mandatory that we engage and contribute to this newly formed board. It caught us a little bit off guard, a lot off guard. And that, so some of the municipalities have appointed, more than 50% of the group of 7 have appointed someone already. We should have technically had somebody appointed before April 1st, but that said, the province is being even a little slow on their training, and there is significant training involved with this as well. But it's because it's mandated that we also have to support this board. There has been a discussion among the mayors that $5,000 from each municipality to start with, to see if that will sustain it for the fiscal year or the 9 months, because they will have to also pay per diem for the appointees, for the community members, as well as members of the board, transportation costs, clerical support. There will be costs associated. So I think it's a reasonable, excuse me, a reasonable and modest amount to contribute on. And so I bring it forward to this council, and that for anyone that would like to take on this role, because this role will be a board that is similar to what I sit on for public health. It is separate and apart from the municipality, but it is funded by the municipalities and the province. In this case, it's not even funded by the province. Most they're giving is a consultant to help get it up and running. That said, there are some that have board experience with police service boards, so that's wonderful. But basically, they need to recognize it's going to be free, standing and apart, much like the communal services board is freestanding and apart from the county. So with that, I asked everybody to consider whether they want to put their names forward. They need to provide a criminal records check and be ready for at least 8 courses plus on responsibilities, plus 4 more, I believe, in themes. And that after that.
Can I nominate Bill Saunders, Deputy Mayor Saunders?
Well, just if I can, so, the next process is to nominate individuals?
Yeah.
Okay, so the floor is open to nominations. So Councillor Atkins?
I'd like to nominate Deputy Mayor Saunders.
I would second the nomination.
I'm sorry,
Sorry,
Councillor Jablonski, can you repeat that?
I would second that nomination.
Oh, sorry, thank you.
so Madam Clerk, is there a process where the nominee has to accept the nomination? Okay, so I would accept that nomination. Councillor Jablonski, do you have another comment or another person you want to nominate?
No, I'm happy Deputy Mayor taking that position.
Okay, Councillor Holland?
No, I'm fine. If you'd like to take it, that's great.
Okay. Madam Mayor?
I'm gonna be
Okay.
All those in favor?
All those in favor of my nomination? I need to see hands. All approved, thank you. And Madam Mayor, with that, I believe we're right on time for the 1:30. We'll pass the gavel back to you, or sorry, the missing gavel back to you.
okay. All right. As promised, then we will revert back to the budget presentation and thank you very much. Oh, you didn't have that voted on? Oh, okay. Sorry, I need to have someone move and second. The council extends the regular meeting of council held on April the 8th beyond the 1:30, but not beyond 2:30 p.m. I have a mover and a seconder. Councilor Saunders and Ackley. All those in favor? See hands over there? Okay, it's carried. Okay, now we'll go back to our finance report from our treasurer, finance 003-24-2024 budget presentation. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry, the message is the.
No, that's okay. If I can just have Deputy Mayor Saunders do those for me, please.
There.
So yeah, this is our budget presentation. We just had one on March 28th. If you want to just scroll ahead in the interest of time, we can skip past the timelines. I think we're all pretty familiar. So again, just starting on budget impact, because this is very aligned with, oh, sorry, that one's fine.
This one?
The one before, sorry. Yeah, sorry, just last time, we did have kind of direction for council where they'd like to see the tax rate increase. Overall, there was a wide range and it differed from Howe and it differed from Wolf. With that being said, we again went back to the consumer price index for the tax rate increase was 6.8%. I think there was a general sentiment that we'd want to be around that area. We wouldn't want to exceed it. I know in an ideal world, we'd like it underneath it. I know, Madam Mayor mentioned that with the 3%, but we did use this as a guideline, and today we're only presenting kind of one budget and one plan. Again, I can go through what things would look like if we did things a little bit differently. But just in the interest of getting to a final kind of draft budget, we're just gonna focus on one alternative today for each Howe and Wolf. So if you look at the amounts here, just to read it, I don't have it on the slide, but I believe there was like a 26% increase for Wolf last time and a 22% for Howe. So for the township portion only, for Wolf, we have 8.52% increase. And for Howe, we have a 6.55% increase. So basically, we'll get through this on the budget. The major change was reducing what was spent on, oh, sorry. Three.
Little clarity there. So the tax increase last time was 26%?
In the draft.
Oh, in the
budget,
draft.
I
Oh,
didn't-
okay, yes. I mean, we're in there.
Yeah, and just to reiterate too, when I was talking, that was like option A with everything, which I
Yeah.
don't think we ever fully completely considered, but that was the draft that was presented in the budget reports. So yeah, speaking here, it's 8.52 for township portion for Wolf. When you bring in education and county, the overall increase is actually 5.95%. This is because the county approved a 3% increase. So that kind of brings down the overall, when you look at all the numbers together, it brings down the total tax percentage increase. Yes, Deputy Mayor Saunders?
Thank you, through the mayor to you. We've had discussions about this before, where it seemed like every increase was additive, and I've been arguing, I guess, that no, it's not additive, it has to be, it's averaged in, right? So people were thinking if it was 6.55%, and the county tax was 2.77, but now we're up to 8 and 9, whatever that math is.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. No, so basically, when we're looking at the tax rate increase, we were looking at comparing what was taxed with the county last year, plus this one. I took the overall average taxation for the average household, which then gets us these percentages. So basically, again, and again, with the percentages, the county makes up a much smaller percentage. So even if they have a 3% increase, their starting base is a smaller one. So again, in these situations, it's not, when I'm presenting it, it's the overall increase for the average taxpayer. They're gonna see on average on their bill, for example, on Wolf Island, 5.9% increase on the prior year. So that includes it. Councilor Ashley?
So to be clear for everybody, so Wolf Island's tax increase will be,
So
Percent.
overall, with county and education,
Yeah.
it's 5.9%.
5.995,
95, sorry, yeah.
I know, but I see the other number above it, looks, and Howe Island,
Yep, Howe Island is 5.35%.
and no more, that's county, that's everybody,
Yeah.
okay. Wonderful. Now I like it.
Yeah, I mean, it does, you know.
Moved up a notch, just saying.
And it's important to iterate here, I know you love seeing the county number, everything inclusive, and I can understand that's helpful for a taxpayer because, you know, I think for a lot of them at the end of the day, that's what they care about. As far as budgeting, it's important to note that this year it benefits us because they had a lower one. You know, in future years, if they had a higher tax rate, that could, you know, put it the other direction, but yeah, as it stands right now, those are the overall tax rate increases.
Okay, that's standard.
So again, just to kind of speak on how, just because over it, so yeah, 6.55% for township portion and then overall 5.35%. The next slide, again, this is just kind of a summary by department. Just to note, here you'll see the biggest change is in net capital. It was $605,000, I think $700 on the last presentation. So what we saw is a massive kind of or dramatic increase in the reduction of capital road expenditures. And so when we're comparing here, you can see the raise by taxation at the end of the day is around the 3.2 million, and it was just shy of 3 million in 2023. I know last meeting, Councillor Holton had some questions, especially about the 2023 column. Hopefully he's fine with that. I don't know, Councillor, if you are good with the numbers now, but they're all double checked, they're all good, and match what we had last year. All right, so moving on, the next slide. Again, here we just have a breakdown of when we add up all the Wolf, Howe, and general admin, what they total to. Important to know, again, currently with the admin, we have a 70-30 split on raised by taxation. And then that gets split 70 to Wolf and 30% to Howe. Again, this is kind of the breakup. It would be, again, our expectation, Wolf is a bit higher than Howe, so I think it's all kind of aligned with expectation there. So breaking up the next slide, I presenting it today and what's changed since the last presentation at March 28th. And while the percentages have had a dramatic increase, we actually haven't adjusted too much in the budget. We just adjusted a couple small, very high dollar items. So here, the April draft budget compared to the March draft budget. And again, the March draft budget numbers, this was option A, this was everything included, compared to the one option we have today. This is just kind of a summary tab. I'm gonna go through what each of the changes were to net operating and capital administration. As you can see here, they all went down overall. And one thing I wanted to note is the transfer to reserves for wind revenue. With our new option, even with a lower tax rate, we are actually increasing what we are transferring to reserves. So on the March budget, we plan to transfer 370,000. That's gone up to 150,000 more to 520,000. So we got lower tax rate and more going to reserves based on that wind revenue, which is a matter that kind of is up for debate every year. Just to break it through, so the next slide, these changes again matches that third column from the slide before. So we have a decrease of 80,000 on operating. One of the discussions we had, I know we had it on the Wolf side with Keith, and we talked about it with Mike on how, is that we are upping operationally, just increasing the expenditure for road maintenance. If we aren't gonna do any work, there's talk about this year of doing what we can to prep the roads, doing, you know, maybe some more extra repairs and maintenance and getting that all aligned. Again, if trying to think of the exact budget, I think there was around 50 to 70,000 before, so we bumped it up, and this was in both for, we're speaking on both now, this was in consultation with Keith Greenwood. So the one thing, and I guess just a general note here, just so I understand how the numbers are moving. So if an expense increase, we're gonna see a positive number. If a revenue increase, we're gonna see negative. So basically these numbers, the overall, the 80,225, that represents raised by taxation. So a negative 80,000, we're raising $80,000 less for taxation overall for the year. One thing we'll note, so the increase of 2024 wind revenue allocation, I'm just gonna jump a little bit ahead, but so the capital decrease, same slide, Vanessa, but the capital decrease for wind revenue, we originally had $250,000 allocated to capital for road work. We're taking that out of road work, but we're putting 100,000 back in just for road operating. The reason why this is happening is strictly to be aligned with tax rates. I think if we didn't allocate that 100,000 overall, it was near a 10% increase for Wolf, but like 13% on the township portion. So I did leave 100,000 to fund operations, just so we can be aligned with more of a tax rate increase expectation that we said last meeting. So moving on to capital, you can see road work was all taken out. Decrease in reserve transfers. That line specifically, it was something that was fixed between this meeting and last meeting. If you remember on the budget sheet, there's general township revenue, and that has supplemental taxation, that has interest and penalties. It also included investment or bank interest, I think it was titled. When I was at, what we did is for that line, I think there was $150,800, and we split it between Howe and Wolf reserves. I realized 50,000 that is generated from the investment income, we should keep that with the investment reserve. So here, the amount of money we're sending to reserve is decreased by Wolf's portion. So basically, not to get into the weeds of it, but it's a little bit decreased what we're funding from that revenue in the year, because the 50,000 we have budgeted for investment income, we'll want to send that directly to reserves. On another subject, I know there's talk about getting an investment policy in place, so we can future plan out, if there's X amount of dollars we want to retain from wind revenue, and that goes directly to an investment reserve, and we want X% of return. Not get ahead of ourselves, but we are being kind of conscientious of, kind of some more long-term financial planning. Again, I already talked on the decrease in the wind revenue allocation for this year's portion, so capital decreases by 225,000. Emergency management, as Madam Mayor said last meeting, there's $5,000 to be incurred for emergency management, so this 3,500 is Wolf's portion, that's based at 70%. The decrease in lease expenditure, I know we're looking to save money, one of the things we looked at, and there was prior conversations of looking at accounting software for bringing things in-house in the 2024 year. Just based on our analysis and the timing and from what I've seen when I hear, just for the timelines that happen, it'd be less likely for that to occur in a 2024 year. So there could be discussions to bring that into the 2025 budget. But we felt that it was a line where we were including costs that it would be a difficult timeline to meet. And we didn't want to budget for something that we didn't think we could, be confidently assured that we complete in the year. So that's what the decrease in lease expenditure, that is represented when we get to how, that's Wolf's portion of it, which is 70% of the cost. How is also will be adjusted by their 30% portion of that. Moving on, again, this capital, you've all kind of seen it before. There's nothing new from the last meeting. But the net capital is $71,148. So for roads,
I have a quick question. We just clarified it's 2 mowers that we're talking about.
yes,
And also the greater payment, I believe, is $65,000.
sorry, yeah, so that, yes, if we get to the next tab, Vanessa. Here, the 70, that amount before was just the net, so any before, or after any reserve or revenue amounts. So here we have the mower, you are correct, it should be probably 2 mowers just for clarity, or mowers. So, the greater payments are at 65,498, the mower, again, for clarification for council and the public, that would be 2 mowers purchased. Again, these were budget amounts in there, so I think the actual quote came in slightly under, but this is what was kind of budgeted for that amount and what our public works Keith and Mike used to get their quotes and the area they wanted to land. We have the so we get 90,498 total in capital expenditures minus the reserve transfer. So this specifically is money we get from supplemental taxation, interest, but not the investment income that we're using to supplement some of the capital costs in the current year. Yes, Councilor Ackley?
Should the mower not be 50,000 then?
No, because it's 25 or 2.
This is one. Oh, so we get 2 mowers for 25,000?
So
They're like 12,000 each? No,
I think the total cost is like 21,453.
that's for 2 mowers.
Yes, 2.
Oh, okay. So
Yes.
you had me confused there.
No, this is it.
Yeah, no,
I was under the same
We're
impression.
47,000. I thought you said it was.
So
Each mower's 12,000 something each.
you're gonna see this picked up in the next slide when we get to
Yeah.
Howe Island, so you're looking at just Wolf Island's share.
Yeah,
So Wolf Island, we set aside in the budget 25,000.
yeah.
And we have, given what was the numbers on the report,
21,000.
21, so
354, I
Yeah,
believe.
that
For
makes
each.
sense.
No,
For all for the purchase for Wolf Island, the 2 mowers, the 21,000 covers both of them.
Okay.
2 mowers. That's
And that
not what
is-
we had.
yeah.
No, that's
No,
not.
that's not what was clarified
No.
earlier, and that we ended up with 4, it was each, and it
4
was
mowers,
times
each
4
mower.
is what the impression that was left. So I'm very glad to hear that it's
Yeah.
half the price. Thank
No,
you.
that's excellent.
Thank you.
Hey, we're good.
And when
Yeah, we're
you
good.
get to Howe Island, you're gonna hear the same thing.
Yeah.
With the same number that the CAO just gave, and it'll be for 2 mowers for Howe Island. It has to be separated because of the area. we're in.
I'm all right, separate. I just need the clarity on it's gonna be
I understand that
21,000
confusion,
for
'cause I have
2
the
mowers.
Yeah.
For here and 21,000 for Wolf, cause it's not the way it was reading, I think, earlier.
Yeah.
I asked 5 times. too.
I know.
Wasn't very clear. No, I didn't know.
All right, yeah, so speaking there, I think we got the mowers all cleared up, so that's good.
Excellent.
We're, it's been a
Move on,
productive
then.
meeting already.
And I'm really sorry, treasurer, but under budget,
Yes.
okay,
No,
under
perfect.
budget.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So moving on, that covers the Wolf Roads. So we have Wolf Fire. Again, we have the new flooring and air conditioning, that's kind of what the net capital cost is. The rescue vehicle loan repayment, that's getting covered by a reserve transfer, so it's just $15,000 for those capital improvements on the building. Again, same as last time, nothing's changed there, and then we have the Wolf Ferry again. Oh, yes, Deputy Mayor Bill Saunders.
You are right, that's right. Through the mayor to you, where do we stand on, I'll ask this question for both, fire departments. Where do we stand on reserves to replace equipment, with the two fire departments?
Yep, so, there has been efforts in both this budget, and I think last year even started to build reserve funds, in this one, for Howe and Wolf I have here, I believe it's $40,000 is being generated for reserves. I know specifically, and maybe Mike can speak to this, I believe for Howe, the reserves are earmarked for building improvements, for.
I'm more interested in the total amount.
Yeah, so, after this budget, based on the numbers, I have, it'd be 43,000 for Wolf and 65,000 for Howe.
And,
And sorry, before would be 25,000 for.
yeah, so I'm just concerned, and Tim's not here, I'm just concerned about whether or not that's, adequate numbers to replace vehicles that are obviously gonna be aging, and is there a plan, I guess, and does the reserves meet the plan?
Sorry, I'll speak to you again. I think there has been money put aside. I think historically, if we look at it, again, I'm not fully aware of the history. I don't know the last time, how often the fleet's being replaced. The reserves, again, were not very high as of the end of 2023. Again, there was money put aside in the 23 budget, and there's more money put aside in this one. But as to discussion, as if we have enough there to, do improvements on the building or have money there to cover any fleet costs. Again, I spoke to the last meeting, there is kind of a lack of long-term financial planning. So I don't know if you have any comments to add, Mike.
Through you, Madam Mayor, so I can speak to the Howe Island side, there is a vehicle replacement plan in place for the fire fleet. To date, we've been hitting the mark, which is good, but part of that is luck, so we sold a truck and bought a truck, and it cost us a couple of $1,000, but that's not gonna be the case going forward all the time. But there is a replacement plan, yes.
Yeah.
So I guess what I'd ask my mayor is if we could request that from Wolf, perhaps it's a question.
Yeah. Just to be clear on that, I have the reserve rate because I had asked for that, and I think it got forwarded to all council. And at the beginning of 2023, the Wolf Fire Reserve was $3,208. And we're adding in 40,000 with this budget to the reserve. And the Howe Island Reserve was 25,213, and that's getting 40,000 added in too. So we're going in the right direction. I'm pleased with it for this. It's unfortunate that it's taken a while to get to this point, but I have confidence that we're moving forward in the right direction.
Thank you.
Right, just continuing on, where we left off, just the Wolf Ferry. So again, that was the storage garage that was approved, on the March 12th council meeting. So again, we have provincial funding up to $144,000, so the net capital cost is $36,000. When we get to this tab, again, it's just a summary. You're gonna see some of the information you've seen before. So overall to be raised by taxation, including the admin allocation, we have $2,092,727. That's a 8.52% increase or $161, based just on the township portion, but overall it's a 5.95% or $185.53. So the average person will pay $3,305.35 overall. Sorry, not the average person, the average household on Wolf. This was specifically kind of requested by Councillor Holton at the last one. But just so you're aware, we wanted to increase that tax rate specifically just on the township portion. We wanted to increase it to 9.52%. that would cause us to raise, or sorry, 1% increase would be $19,300 cost, which would have a $19.03 impact on the average household. A couple of things to note here. Again, we do, as kind of directed, we do have a lot of money getting directed from the wind revenue, the 2024 allocation going to reserves. So again, if there was an appetite to complete future or additional road work, we have room to cover it from the wind revenue. But let's say we didn't want to touch any of the wind revenue, every $19,000 or every every $19,300 will have a 1% impact on the tax rate. So that covers it for Wolf. I don't know if anyone wants to ask any questions while it's fresh before we get to how. If not, I am fine to continue.
Okay, Councillor Saunders, any questions?
You,
Councillor Ackley?
Nope.
Councillor Holton?
I'd like to, I don't like to see it, but I think we need to increase that number higher. I think like another 5% on the township portion would bring us more in line, because that would cover the 100,000 that we're paying or out to the windmill money. I think we need to get higher. We can't live off the windmill money, but that's all my comments.
Councillor Jablonski?
Yeah, I have no questions, comment again, sort of echoing the same thing Dan just said. Great job in keeping numbers low. I thought we'd be able to get a little more money to play with the end of it all, but no more further questions.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Jablonski and Holton. I'll just add, so the $100,000, you do make a good point. So it is balancing. I think historically, the wind revenue has been used to kind of subsidize the Wolf Island tax rate and keep it lower. So there is the one option where if we don't use any of it, that brings it up. That means we're now covering more of our operating just with our tax rate, which then allows us to be less reliant on it for tax rate increases in the future. Again, it is just council's preference that it's easy enough just to keep that whole extra $100,000 in reserve, but let me just double check I can see what the overall tax rate impact would be for Wolf, just quickly here for us. Yeah, so if we did that, the township portion, if we remove the 100,000 of the wind allocation revenue, it would be a 13.7% increase on the township portion. Overall, it'd be a 9.11 increase for the taxpayer, including county and education. So the overall one's still under 10, but the township portion kind of pushes higher than the ranges I was provided before.
Okay, any further comments, Councillor Jablonski?
No, thank you. That, sorry, excuse me, that number does actually sound a lot better to me, tell you the truth, but that's just my personal opinion. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. I'm actually quite comfortable with what you have here and that, and the question that still comes to my mind is where we're gonna land at the tail end of 2023. Are we gonna be in a deficit at that point in time and needing to balance our budget, which has been the traditional unfortunate way? But I think we have good figures here, and I don't unnecessarily want to burden the taxpayers more than what's needed at this point in time. I think this is the year that we get our feet under us as to what we actually run this community on. And I think that the $100,000 is what, 0.5% maybe of our entire budget. It's very, very small percentage. And that is a bit of a safety valve, Matt. And I'm personally, I'm very comfortable with it at this point in time, but I am curious as to what your estimate is for what we have a surplus or a deficit at the tail end of 2023.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will say again, I think it is expected that we would have a deficit, probably again around the lines of a couple $100,000. That's historically what it's been operating at. I think, again, last year, the tax rate for Wolf Island was, supplemented through the wind allocation of revenue, so. I think this kind of lets us be conservative, and speaking truthfully, I think we're all trying to figure out the financials, and again, making sure we're not doing any decisions that would have negative impact or consequence. So that was the thought process too, and we can get to the point too, it could be gradual where eventually the wind revenue, that's going into investments, that's generating investment income. Or it's getting put aside directly for capital, so that way when Wolf Island has capital costs, the tax rate covers our operational needs, and then we have the Wolf Island wind revenue and reserves to fund the capital portions. And again, it's in line to like stabilize the tax rate and kind of have more stable increases in future years.
Councillor Saunders?
Remember, further to the mayor's question, where does that 200,000, this estimate, where does that come from?
So I think that's in the end, like when we look at what we budgeted and we compare it to actual cost, and if there was unexpected costs, things to be under budget. The reason why I had trouble giving a direct answer is from an accounting perspective, the year-end books haven't been closed. And there could be journal entries that, shifted one way or another. So in that instance, I'm hesitate to fully give, a direct number. I think.
So I apologize, I didn't answer my question properly. I have to say, I want a one-handed account. On one hand, on the other hand, so that's a bad joke. So if we are in the deficit, regardless of the amount it is, where does that money come from? Does it, like, I don't know where it comes from.
Yeah, so I think with that, we have been working with a working deficit or surplus, and it could have to be, funded from reserves if we don't have available money to cover the costs. So that's usually, again, for example, if we had reserve money for, let's say Wolf Roads, and then our projects, we went over budget for 50,000, we would look at, maybe going back to reserves if we had money there that would fund the deficit.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Chief Quinn?
Through you, Madam Mayor, and I really don't want us to lose sight, and then this isn't about pointing fingers. The 2023 year was extremely challenging because we that are in these positions now inherited a lot of stuff coming our way. We were getting invoices for several thousands of dollars on projects that had been started by the previous group, and we were faced with that through June, July, and August on things that we had no idea were even coming our way. So that 2023 has been a year of, in some ways, rambling, and so I know I'm curious as to where it landed, because as we put the brakes on a lot of things, there were a lot of things that still kept coming our way, whether we liked it or not.
Yeah, that's why I think it'll be very interesting when we finally get through all the audits and find out where we are at. And I'm confident, based on what you told me, that we won't be in as poor a position as we found ourselves in when we landed in the previous year. So we're moving in the right direction, I think. And being fiscally prudent and frugal is a good thing, and I really don't want to overburden the taxpayers. That said, I hope we look at increases in tourism style taxes that will bring in extra revenue for our projects and put into reserves. And I really hope we look more broadly this year on that. Thank you.
Thank you. So that covers it for the Wolf portion. Moving on to Howe Island, we have a similar type of summary comparing to what was presented in March. Again, the biggest decrease we're seeing here is in capital. So we're just gonna move on to the next slide that has the breakdown. So here, operationally wise, we increased at 9,000. This was in consultation with Mike, just regarding what we needed in the budget to kind of increase road repairs if we're not going ahead with any capital projects. This is again to be kind of proactive, make sure we're in a good spot. I will also note there is road work to be done. There also was a significant amount done for the 2023 year. So this kind of allows us to catch our breath, do some repairs, and kind of look to the future to completing the capital road projects. Again, we see the increase in maintenance, but that comes with the decrease in capital, which we just talked about. The decrease in reserve transfers is again, removing any of the transfer we had before that related to investment income. Just as that's gonna just be directed to the investment, Wolf Island, investment reserve. At the bottom, we have the increase in emergency management. So again, just 1,500 plus 3,500 equals the 5,000 that we were directed to put in the budget towards it. And the lease expenditure I talked about for Wolf, this is just Hal's portion, having the total decrease there for administration costs. Again, this is the net cost, so this is after any reserve transfers, but we have 51,875 for Hal Roads. And then 64,500, that includes finishing up the work with regards to the washroom, getting septic system in there, which we discussed. You know, if it'd be worthwhile for our 2024 budget just to finish that project, get it off the books, so we can move on with it. Again, it should be, we have mower there. There's 2 mowers for Hal, and the price budget for them is $25,000. We have the loan payment, and then that reserve transfers, again, some of that supplemental taxation revenue and interest revenue and whatnot. So net capital, yes.
Through the mayor, for you, so when is this loan payment, when's it done?
Yeah, so I'm gonna defer, Scott, do you know the, you have the amortization schedules on the loans, correct?
I think so. Which one are we looking at?
The one under Hal Roads. Hold up.
Is that the mower?
The backhoe? The backhoe or the?
Yeah, so the tractor and the backhoe, loan payments.
So while he's looking at that, what I'm getting at is when will that money be freed up that we can then start building some additional funds to go after roads?
Yeah.
So the mower amortization, looks like it matures in June 2025.
So half of the payment then next year. Yeah.
Just for clarification, Scott, when you say mower, is that the tractor?
The tractor.
The tractor.
Yeah, my apologies.
Does have more on it though. To your benefit.
Mike?
Just so that we're very, very clear, I'm sorry, I'll just go
Yes.
back a slide, under how culture and recreation. We have listed here, what that 64.5 would cover is the drilled well, the septic system suitable to, you know, deal with more than 10 people, and the well pump and pipes and a basic purification. So those 3 items, not accessible ramp. Okay, just to be really, really clear. Now, the ideal would be to be able to landscape that a little bit when they do the septic, so that it's a nice slope versus, you know, that high in the air.
Yeah.
Which is the one piece that we need to do to complete that grant piece on which from this list?
Completely,
Okay.
Through you, so none on this list
None of
here.
that. Okay.
It is an electronic scoreboard is the piece that we
Okay.
have to finalize the other.
Okay, so I don't see that expense included here, correct?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So with regards to that, that would have been in the 2023 budget.
Okay.
We discussed last time, we
Yeah.
incurred the cost and we recorded the revenue, it's sitting as a receivable.
Yeah.
Okay, so just going back to this proposal for expenditure of culture and that. In the new provincial budget, there is specific recreation money that they haven't quite finished the definition of what to do for application. So my suggestion, you know, if it's part of the budget, wonderful, but if we do the work before we get an application in to find out, you don't usually get paid backwards. So just a word of caution on that. Clerk?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So, Chief Quinn has already applied for Trillium funding for this work, the drilled well, the septic, water purification. We will find those results in June of this year.
Okay.
So based on council's direction that they want to get this project complete, if we're not successful in that Trillium funding, it is still in the budget that we can complete that project. That being said, if there is more recreation funding that we can apply for coming up later in this year, we certainly will, if we're not awarded the trillion funding.
And through you, Madam Mayor, if we do get funding, then the funding, we could, we'd have extra money because we would have taxed for it, we can put it towards reserves and future projects. In the next year.
Okay, thank you. Just a footnote on your next slide, that it's how capital, not what.
Oh, sorry, thank you for the correction.
So I didn't hear an answer back from Scott in terms of what, you told me when the payment expires, how much money is coming back? How much of a bill are we gonna eliminate here?
For the tractor payment?
Yeah.
1 sec.
And that's the only one we're paying? That's the only loan payment we have?
Backhoe payment, that's what
Backhoe's
I.
like 30.
Yeah.
So tractor would be the 21.
27.
What's that?
If the backhoe was 30,000 approximately, then the tractor payments, you're looking at about 27,000.
So 60,000.
Good question.
Okay, so we have mowers in here at 21,000, or let's say 25,000. There's only 26,000 left over.
No.
Shows tractor payment 27,000 and backhoe payment 30,000.
To get the 50 cents.
That's annually.
And the backhoe is ended when? Because the tractor we know is ended June of 2025.
I'm not sure. I couldn't find that information. I'll have to look that up.
So just for clarification, Madam Mayor, the 25,000 that we've got in here budgeted for the mower, that's a mowers, sorry, my apologies, is a one-time cost this year to purchase the 21,000. The loan payment that makes up the 57,000, the tractor payment is 27,000 and some odd dollars, which will end in June of 2025. The backhoe payment included in that is 30,000 in change, which, so, yeah,
When does it end?
We don't
that's
know.
just what he's
Oh.
trying to find.
You can check if you have the financial statements from last year, because we should have the length of loans on that. But I guess regardless, we are incurring these costs, so right now they're built into our tax rate, so in future years, we could keep, that some of that money could go towards reserves and building funds.
In the interest of time, you
Yeah.
can get back to us later.
Yeah.
Perfect. So just continuing, so here we have the culture breakdown, and actually, Mike, maybe I'll need clarification, because based on the budgeting numbers, the accessible ramp is included in the 64,500. I have the breakdown here up on the screen. I don't know, you said that the ramp wasn't, I don't know if you just wanna.
There's the number, 5,000.
So, based on the quotes, well drilling is 11,781, septic was 39,500, and then, pump, basic treatment is 877, 8,077, so I combined those three numbers. That is somewhere in around the 60, yeah.
Did you say 39.5 for the septic system?
Yes.
Oh,
Now, that's the septic system suitable for future advancement, and it's not the little rinky-dinky, whatever Marcel called it, that would deal with 10 people. So 11,700, Jesse, so 11,781, 39,550, and 8,077.
Okay, so I guess as budgeted, then based on what the actual quotes, the 64,500 would be a little short of the accessible ramp. So I guess, maybe for the purpose of this meeting, the 64,500 gets us everything but that and the landscaping piece. And again, I think that's just the simplest terms to consider it, so. With that being said, those three pieces then gets us net capital of 64,500. Moving on to the next tab, just again, summary. This breaks down the total raised by taxation for Howe Island to be $1,137,334. As discussed, the specific township portions a 6.55% increase, but overall the taxpayer would see on their bill, on average, the average household would see 5.35%. The overall average bill would be $5,188.13, including education and county. And again, for planning purposes, you know, if we wanted to increase, you know, tax rate by 1%, that'd be the equivalent of $10,700 to be raised by taxation, just for any decisions to be made. So, for example, if we really wanted the accessible ramp, that's, you know, if based on the costs I had there before, it'd be a 0.5% increase. So we bring it over 7%. Oh,
And if we're looking at just how do we survive, through you, Madam Mayor, sorry, how do we survive? The existing building with the existing washroom is deemed to be accessible because it's on grade as you come in the back. Where the ramp was part of the consideration is the front part, if you're actually going into the front office or whatever that's supposed to be, storage, but we can do without the ramp, and it would still be deemed as accessible, if I'm being clear.
The important
Little
part is
landscape.
accessible. The
Sorry.
worship. The important part is accessible.
Yeah, yeah.
It won't make somebody with a roll later put away equipment.
Exactly.
so that kind of summarizes the impact on how. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
You're doing a good job.
Well, thank you. I was gonna say, it's a lot of setting today, so.
Okay, so around the table, Councillor Saunders.
Hey, Mayor, so I want to go through some of the racial pages. My favorite one is on page 82 of your report. Doesn't matter. Council remuneration. Are we getting a really big raise? And I'll take the sarcasm away for a second. Councillor Yablonski made a point early on in our budget that we, council, were not interested in getting the 3% increase. So apologize for the sarcasm. There's no increase in there for council, correct?
No, through you, Madam Mayor. So what that is an allocation of, I believe, 50% of the CEO salary. I will say it does have an impact when we look at the specific budget sheet for council. Both of them would fall under admin. So even if the full 100% was under admin, it's not going to change the taxation split or anything.
Yeah.
From my understanding, when the budget was presented in December, I thought it was discussed that that was where it was getting placed, but that's just, yeah, the answer to that question.
And if I,
Do we want to do that one, because I have a point about that one too. Rather than-
If it's easier, yeah, just talk item.
Yeah, is there anybody else that want to talk about that particular point? Mine was gonna be that, it was questioned at, Christmas time. And quite frankly, in that, it's deceptive. And it should really be over on the admin side, and yes, I recognize it doesn't change what the budget is. But at best, a 10 or 15% amount of clerical time, and that is at best, could be argued as being needed by council. The rest of it really is over on the other side and that, so, yeah, I don't like the implication of it. And I'm not trying to minimize it, and I know it just lands on the other side, I like a transparent budget. And to me, 50% of the clerk's time and CEO time is not in support of council, and that it is an administration. If it's in support of council, there's a problem.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. So if that change, council's on agreement on moving it, that could be allocated to admin and that would have no impact on any of the taxation rates or anything. It would just be, we'd update the budget sheets to reflect that.
Okay, any discussion, Councillor Ackley?
No.
Okay, Councillor Jablonski,
Nope, no further questions.
Councillor Holton,
Yeah, I don't see, it doesn't make any budget impact, then I'm fine with it.
okay, so we're gonna move it over to where it belongs in administration. Is that the agreement? I'm getting head nods. I'm gonna ask, you can put your hand up if we agree that,
Through you, Madam Mayor, just to
Yeah,
clarify
okay.
the salaries and benefits.
Yeah.
That the CEO allocated.
to be reallocated back to administration in the entirety then.
Yes.
Okay,
All hands on board.
all All on board? Okay, so, thank you. Okay, now Councillor Saunders, you can continue.
Okay, I'm jumping to page 112 of the overall report, which is how culture and recreation, what's in the $10,800 for community initiatives?
What page is that?
Page
Um,
112.
Page 112.
Okay, it's the how on the side.
And that's my only other question.
Through you, Madam Mayor, speaking on this amount, for myself, again, I think this would be money set aside for community groups or on Howe Island. Again, this was a number that was, I believe, on the December one, so I don't know.
No, that's,
Yeah.
I think you did.
It's fine.
I have the breakdown if you want
Okay,
to go
thank
through it. So it's 10,800, so 1,500 for VON Smart. 1,000 for additional community initiatives. 2,500 for end of season barbecue. $2,000 for a memorial bench and plaque in memory of Noreen McDougall. Bench for Lighthouse Lane, $600. Seniors get togethers, 1,000, recreation events, parish hall, rent, $1,200, and Winterfest Day, $1,000.
Thank you.
Okay. You have any other
No, I'm done.
questions?
No.
Okay, Councillor Ackley,
I don't have any questions.
on the budget at all, and line by line, okay? Okay, Councillor Jablonski,
Nope, I have no more further questions. Thank you.
okay, Councillor Halton,
Any more questions about budget?
No, I guess I would go back to my point. I think we need to get off. We need to cover our own budget, so I think we need to come in at 5% higher than we are. That's all.
okay? Okay, and I submitted a list of questions, and I'm happy to have them get back to me on that, and that's fine, because none of them really impact the budget per se, just questions on allocation. As I said, I appreciate that this year is a year of getting things lined up so that, hopefully we'll end up maybe with a surplus at the end of the year, and especially with additional revenue from grants, et cetera, coming in, and potentially even tax money in that. It would be nice to start going in the positive direction instead of the negative.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So when staff respond to all your questions, we will send it out to all of council, so they're aware in case they had maybe potentially had some of the same questions that you did as well, so.
Would you like to see a list of questions?
Sure, why not? Yeah.
Actually, we have 12 minutes left.
Oh, yes, well, we have
Well,
more to
we're
do,
not done
actually. We still have more to do.
Yes, so.
Okay, so,
No, that's what I mean, when
Send it
staff
out,
respond, yes, we'll respond to all
Okay.
of council.
okay, so the motion is the council receive the 2024 budget presentation. Can I have a mover and a seconder for that? Councillor Ackley and Saunders?
If I may, Madam
Yep.
Mayor. So that's just receiving it,
Yeah.
that's not approving it. So if
Right.
council is comfortable in approving it today, you're more than welcome to. Otherwise, we can put it off for either another day, where we call a special meeting of council to do the final adoption, or I'm open to any suggestions from council as how they wish to proceed.
Go ahead, Dan.
Pardon
Oh,
me?
sorry. Sorry, Madam Mayor.
Pardon me. I'm gonna talk to the clerk
Sorry.
first and that. So going back here for the receiving of the budget presentation, you're suggesting that we put an amendment in to do first, second, and third reading of the budget?
No, because I don't have a bylaw prepared for
Okay,
for today. What I'm suggesting is if council would like to amend that, we would do the first portion, we would receive it, and then the second portion would be that council approve the 2024 budget as presented today.
okay, and
So then our final tax rate bylaw would come to the May 13th meeting.
because there is one more item I know in our agenda today regarding road work in front of the Anglican church. that may not be captured in the budget.
So if I can speak to that, then the way I have written the, motion is that it would just be covered under regular operational maintenance items. And also going forward, the treasurer will be going every month, sitting down with the staff to, like the department heads, to really keep in line with their budget, which historically hasn't been done. So, say the loose top maintenance is over budget, but our hard top is under, then as long as our bottom line is still good and then, but we can kind of keep an overall, so. Long answer to the question is, to me, that would fall under regular maintenance. If it is a matter that requires capital work, again, staff will be bringing forward a 5 and 10 year capital plan for council to approve, so.
Okay. So going back to the motion here, the council receives the 2024 budget presentation and the amendment.
Oh, sorry, Madam Mayor, I
Okay.
carried that.
Oh, thank you very much. We're Anita Reger. Okay, thank you. Just before we pass this, there is one more question that I have.
Okay.
And that is around the Big Sandy Bay. And funds going in and expenses coming in.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, so. I think in the short of it, the money we put in, I think the parking lot of the building, there was capital expenditures, we own those as a township. When we're looking at the actual operations and revenue. We currently do not have a rental agreement in place with the Big Sandy Bay Board, it is on the to-do list, so on this budget. There is no Big Sandy Bay revenue because we do not actually generate that as a township. With that being said, again, since it's the parking lot in the building is the township assets. And I believe we fund staff, there needs to be an agreement in place with the Big Sandy Bay Board to, cover costs that we incur as a township. But as far as the budget, it's not reflected in that. Again, it's kind of an area that's gotten a little bit messy since we took over their bookkeeping. But it's important to recognize that, again, when people pay for admission, it's not township revenue.
So there's a huge amount of revenue being generated with virtually no expense to that board. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, so I think right now we've had all the costs separated out, it's recorded separately, so, yes, we're not charging them any fees currently that would generate us revenue.
I hope that becomes a higher priority for us.
I was going back to the tax numbers. Mr. Jablonski and Dan Holden there, they suggested to put them up some and we didn't make a vote or.
No,
It just got shot down or?
No, that's where we're going to vote whether or not we accept the budget presentation, the council approved the 2024 budget as presented.
Yeah, but if we make a little amendment now, can we not move ahead? Like, I think we're okay with our section here. I just don't think you guys are okay with.
Well, that's what we'll find out in
Yeah.
the vote. And I didn't hear any motion or amendment
No.
being brought forward by any council. It was just the position raised by Councillor Holden.
Well, I think Councilor Jablonski also mentioned he was in favor, so.
So if I may, Madam Mayor, so when the motion gets on the floor to adopt the budget as presented, that would be Councillor Jablonski or Holton's opportunity to say, I would like to amend that to reflect a whatever percent increase for the Wolf Island taxpayers.
Perfect.
Okay, so we've got Councillor Acton and Saunders that have moved this. the council received the 2024 budget presentation and the council approves the 2024 budget as presented. Now, for discussion. Councillor Saunders,
I'm fine with it.
Councillor Ackley,
I'm in favor of, raising the taxes a little bit, so you have a buffer to fix, like the church or maybe some little extra money for a little more hard top. So to fix that area or other areas, so not just that area, but if you have a little bit of a buffer, you might be able to do some other road work that is really highly needed.
are you putting a motion for?
I'd like to put a motion forward. Yeah, to amend the tax rate for Wolf Island to the suggested number that I think Jesse said 9.5 something.
Yes, so
Thank you,
through you,
Sam.
Madam Mayor, I think the discussion here is if we're removing the wind revenue allocation for 2024. It's kind of, if we remove that, we then have discussion whether or not we spend it on road repair or if we just go straight to reserves. If it goes to, yeah, so. Is it your recommendation that the money be moved to?
So the money be raised in taxation.
Yeah. Instead of being funded from reserves or from. the
Instead of funded from there. This would be in addition to whatever we've already focused
So
on.
percentage you're asking to have?
I think it's going from, what is the rate now?
Yes, so the township portion is going from 8.52 to 13.7 if we do that.
Yeah,
Overall, it's going, it's going to 9.11. Just pulling up what we had before.
I need to seriously.
The overall one you're interested in, it's going from 5.95 to 9.11.
Yes, that's what the direction.
We have a seconder for that motion.
I'll second that.
13.2, you said?
So
No,
the township portion, so the township portion is 13.7.
Okay, discussion, Councillor Saunders,
No.
Councillor Ackley,
No discussion.
Councillor Jablonski,
Agree with the increase that Dan suggested.
okay, Councillor Halton,
No, I'm good with the increase.
okay. I disagree with it, but we'll do it as a recorded vote for that particular piece.
If I may, Madam, Mr. Treasurer, so that council directs staff to proceed with the removal of the 100,000 or?
So it would be council direct staff to allocate 100,000 to wind reserve. Let's allocate the 2024 wind revenue to the wind reserve in the 2024 budget.
I'm sorry, so allocate the
2024 wind revenue to the wind reserve. Because,
And changing the overall
yeah,
township
tax
tax.
rate to 13.7%.
$13.7.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
All right.
it's a recorded vote.
So moved by Counselor Ackley, seconded by Counselor Halton, that council directs staff to allocate the 2024 wind revenue to the wind reserve and changing the overall township tax rate to 13.7%. Counselor, what?
Sorry, can we change it in the amount of 100,000? Because that was the amount, like that, because there's the whole amount of 645. We had 100,000 that we didn't allocate to reserves, and we're moving that portion. So if that makes sense, like, because, or I think that wording. Oh, sorry, Mike.
Sitting here on the outside in some ways looking in, I just heard that resolution suggesting, promotion suggesting an overall township increase.
Yeah.
And you're not talking about township increase, you're talking about the Wolf Island
Oh,
district.
sorry.
Yeah.
Overall. Sorry.
So I'm just staff.
I'm so used to dealing with one township, one tax rate. Well, it's changing the overall Wolf Island tax rate to 13.7%.
Yeah. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and is it going to muddy it if I put the 100,000 in?
As outlined in the budget.
Just, yeah. Cause we only get to the 13.7 by moving the 100,000, so
Okay.
we'll be within the parameters.
Okay, let me read this again. Moved by Counselor Ackley, seconded by Counselor Holton, that council direct staff to allocate the 2024 wind revenue to the wind reserve and changing the overall Wolf Island tax rate to 13.7% as outlined in the budget. Still clear as mud?
No, it's clear.
Okay.
So we have to vote on that first.
Yes,
before
I'm
any
gonna
discussion.
call, yeah. So Counselor Ackley,
Okay.
Counselor Holton,
In favor.
Counselor Jablonski,
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Saunders,
Point of order, I thought we had to discuss that motion before we vote on it.
did we not just discuss it? I apologize if,
Okay, so I apologize. My understanding is that what they wanted was more funds available, not just a movement of funds. So this movement of funds doesn't create additional monies, which was, I thought, Councillor Holmes.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So what is happening here is that before we did not, there's $645,000. Before we only, to keep it simple, only $545,000 was moved to reserves.
Yeah.
Which means that $100,000 was supplementing raised by taxation. It was lowering raised by taxation by 100,000.
Yeah.
What we're saying here is we want to send that money to reserves.
Understand?
So that causes us to raise an additional 100,000.
Right.
But we're not receiving, we have a fixed rate of allocation.
Okay, so I understand that.
Yeah.
But I thought the intent of this whole thing was for additional funds available to do more additional work, road repairs. I thought that was Councillor Holton's intent. So I'll let him speak.
Counselor Holton, would you like to clarify what your intent was?
Yeah, my intention is that we need to balance this budget without taking into account any wind turbine money. That wind turbine money was originally for Wolf Island for roads improvement and for improvements, not to live off it. And we're living off it. We need to get to the point where that's bonus money. So let's put it all away this year, make a solid plan for road work next year, and we have some money in reserves then that we can use for that.
Agreed.
okay,
In favor, whatever.
Mayor Greenwood Spears.
Oppose.
The amendment is carried.
Next,
Now, do you want?
continue on, you got the right one.
Okay, so, is the main motion now, are we looking to record it as well, or just regular?
I think we recorded, including the amendment, so that it's all in one shot now.
No, I realize that. Am I still doing a recorded vote?
Yeah.
On the main, okay, perfect, thank you. Just wanted to clarify, yeah. So, moved by Counselor Ackley, seconded by Deputy Mayor Saunders, that council received the 2024 budget presentation and that council approved the 2024 budget as presented, and that council direct staff allocate the 2024 wind reserve to the 2024 wind revenue to the wind reserve and changing the overall Wolf Island tax rate to 13.7% as outlined in the budget. Councilor Ackley.
In favor.
Counselor Holton,
In favor.
Counselor Jablonski,
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Saunders,
In favor.
Deputy Mayor, Mayor Greenwood Spears.
Opposed?
She's gonna try.
Motion is carried. Thank you.
All right, now we've passed the hour mark. So I guess we have to end this meeting. There's no other
Oh, but
recourse
didn't-
that I'm aware of.
Madam Mayor, sorry.
Yes?
Do we not have a couple breaks in there that would extend us 15 minutes? If we could be really technical about it, we took a 10-minute and a 5-minute break.
Yeah.
So I'd like to move through as much as we can.
There's really only
That's
3
up to-
items left and then the bylaws, so.
Yeah, 4 items.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sorry.
Okay. All right, is the rest of council in agreement for an extension to complete this agenda as set?
Yes.
And I see hands out
In
there. Anybody opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed? Counselor Jablonski?
How much do we have left? What are we talking 15
Three
minutes?
things.
We can wrap it up?
15 minutes should do it, yes.
Yeah, I'm hoping.
15 minutes.
Okay.
15 minutes and let's keep the discussion to a minimum and let's wrap it
No,
up.
no, I'm never in favor of rushing something that needs to be discussed, but we'll give it the 15 minutes that's been agreed to. Okay, so the next one is regarding, Ed Kenny and the municipal budget consideration. And you have in your package the pictures of the road work that he identifies as being needed in front of the Anglican church. And the clerk has made mention that this could be accommodated, not as a capital project, but as a maintenance type of project. Am I wrong on that?
No, you're correct.
Okay, so I need to have a mover and a seconder that the council give this information to staff to be addressed during operational maintenance of roads. Councillor Ackley and Councillor Holton, was that you there
Yeah.
waving?
Yeah, then second.
Okay. Okay, any discussion? Councillor Saunders, Councillor Ackley, Councillor Jablonski,
Nope,
Councillor Holton.
nope.
Okay. Let the council give this information to staff be addressed during operational maintenance of roads. All those in favor? All those opposed? I can't see any hands. I'll say all in favor again.
All in favor?
Okay, carried. Thank you. Now, Moodside campaign, participate in a challenge and proclamation. This is in regards to the abuse of women and the support. And it's initiated, it's part of your package. All levels of government embraced the Moodside campaign. Last year, the mayors across Canada took part in the campaign. So to participate, I would do a social media challenge, posted video on social media, which I am more than happy to do. It'll be aired between May 1st and May 16th in support of the campaign. Make a proclamation of May the 16th of 2024 to be Moodside Campaign Day, and order Moodside pins to wear and share with your staff. And it's against intimate partner violence, just for me to be clear. 4 out of 10 women have experienced in their lifetime. And I will say in my video, and that's, my own daughter experienced that, so it's something near and dear to my heart. I have no problem with it. But I'd like to have a mover and a seconder if possible for that. Councillor Ackley and Councillor Saunders. And I just read the request, council support the request received from Moodside campaign to participate in the mayoral social media challenge proclaim May 16th, 2024 to Moodside campaign day. Any discussion? Councillor Saunders, Ackley, Holton,
No.
Jablonski?
Nope.
Okay, all those in favor? I don't see hand, okay, I do see hands. Thank you very much. Carried. Then we have municipal of Brighton request for resolution of support for migration of the rideshare regulations over to the province, I believe. And
Can this be deferred to our next meeting? Does that,
sure, would you like to make a motion to defer?
I'd make a motion to defer that.
Okay, you wanna write that down there? Seconder, Counselor Ackley, all those in favor, any discussion? No, okay, we're in favor, good. Okay, and Wolf Island Plowmen's Association. Request for use of washrooms and vehicular traffic route. And we all got that part of our package. And that, God bless them, they're gonna have 100 horse trailers coming. And it should be a fun time had by all and hopefully no rain. So, no, we have
I don't
to.
have a motion.
I-
I wasn't sure what council wanted to do.
Okay, so with that,
They can direct staff.
there we go. With that, we can look at it. Are we supportive of them? Because I'm sure they're probably going to be asking MTO to go along with what they planned before and have done.
Same every year, right? All in support? Yeah.
All in support, Councillor Jablonski and Holden? Good, okay. And we already have it on our website, I believe, for promotion.
Sure.
And anything else that we can do along that line is reasonable. Seems fair, okay? Public question period. Do we have anybody still hanging out that wants to ask any questions? You got short down to tight 2 minutes. Seeing no hands, great. Okay, statement by members.
No,
Councillor Saunders,
no,
Councillor Ackley, Councillor Halton,
No,
Councillor Jablonski.
nope.
Okay, the only statement I'll make is the good timing and good fortune I had to actually get speaking with Minister Calandra, the Minister of Housing, on very short notice. And he was very sympathetic, and I have a bit of optimism that he may bring forward our concerns around ferries, because I spoke to him on Howe Island ferries and the impact as well as Wolf Island ferries, and he has that understanding, and I have his card from his reception assistant. Okay. And I'm also pleased that we've gotten somebody appointed to the police services, and hopefully we won't hear anything more from that unless needed. Notice of motion, any notice of motion?
I'd like to give a
Councillor
notice of motion, Madam Mayor. Whereas the Frontenac Howe Islander capacity has been reduced from 15 cars to 10 cars. And whereas overall reliability has declined in recent years, and whereas recent drive system failures have caused undue delays in out of service. And whereas these out of service delays have caused financial loss for island residents, and whereas these delays have caused island residents to miss critical medical appointments. Therefore, I'm requesting Township Council to pass a motion requesting the Minister of Transportation of Ontario to replace the existing Howe Island ferry with a larger capacity ferry and provide interim solutions to improve reliability of the existing Frontenac Howe Island ferry until such time as a new ferry is in place. And I'll be looking for a seconder for that motion at the next meeting.
Okay. Councillor Ackley?
I totally agree with,
No, do you have a notice of motion?
oh, yeah, no,
Do you have-
no, I don't, no, I'm with Bill.
Okay, Councillor Holton?
No, no
Notice of
motion.
Okay, Councillor Jablonski?
Nope, no motions today.
No, and I'm happy to have none too. And any announcements?
None.
None from Saunders, Councillor Ackley, Councillor Holton, Councillor Jablonski.
Your
Okay,
sunglasses
then
on.
we just have the bylaw that's left here at the end. Okay, and the third and final reading be granted to bylaw number 014-24, being a bylaw to establish fees and fares scheduling for building permits. And that 3 readings and final passage be granted to bylaw 16-24, rezoning of 1007 Road 96 and bylaw 017-24, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council. Can I have a mover? Councillor Ackley and Saunders, okay. Any discussion? Councillor Saunders, Councillor Ackley, Councillor Jablonski, Councillor Holton? None for me, okay. So, all those in favor? Thank you, carried. And the bylaw that the regular meeting held on April the 8th adjourn at 2:45 PM. And the mover, Counselor Ackley, seconded Counselor Holton. Any discussion? All those in favor? Happy eclipse.